Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us. So, when we do these classes like this, these study groups, this is time for more Q&A than normal. And so I know we've covered this in the ongoing conditions study group, and this is still a variation of this. But I wanted to focus more on immunity just because it's cold and flu season and what has happened over the last few years with COVID and all that. I think it's on everybody's mind to stay as healthy as possible and be able to treat these things as best as possible. And so in the booklet that we did before, we just went through and we listed oils that were good for different conditions. But what I wanted to do today is really kind of talk more about like how to go through and treat these things. And the thing is we're doing this from a holistic point of view, which anytime you do something holistically, you want to do it somewhat consistently. It's not just like a one-time thing where, like in Western medicine, like if you had, like, say, a bacterial infection, you would take some antibiotics and then be done. The difficulty is that the antibiotics target and kill the bacteria, but it also kills other bacteria, and it doesn't necessarily make the body stronger. So over a period of time, with a lot of use of antibiotics, the body tends to have a lot of mucus, get sick much easier. And so the holistic point of view when you're dealing with illnesses is to, for one, support the body as it's fighting off the virus or bacteria, whatever that might be, but to also strengthen the body, strengthen the immune system, so that as time goes by, you become sick less than you did before. And so this goes a little bit different than the way we think about it with modern medicine. You are trying to eradicate the condition, but at the same time, you're trying to fortify the body, strengthen the body, and improve it so that it doesn't get sick potentially the next time, or it is able to fend something off to a much higher degree. And so constant use of things like antibiotics, I mean, sometimes it's just necessary. You have to do it for whatever reason. But if it's a lot of use over a period of time, the tendency is that the body gets sick a little bit easier. And so I wanted to discuss like different strategies for different conditions to help fortify the body, help strengthen the body, so that not only are you dealing with the condition that is happening in the right here, right now, but you're also helping to prevent future particular conditions. And so, a lot of times we're doing classes where we're doing protocols, so we save Q&A for a certain time. Here today, we're going to do more Q&A and more interaction and less practice, and we're just going to talk out some theories, right? We might do a protocol or two or something, but with the study group that we've been doing on Tuesday, we've been trying to do these in little bits and pieces. And the thing is when you're going through and trying to treat the body, you're not always just even focused on the symptom. You're wanting to fortify different aspects of the immunity or different aspects of your physiology to keep everything nice and strong. Excuse me. And so with that, it's not always like, okay, I have a virus, I need to attack the virus. There's going to be other things that we're going to do and other things that we're going to talk about. And so the first section of the book, segment A, is kind of a quick reference guide to different health issues, different conditions. That's something that we've covered before, but let's jump down to page 6. This booklet is like a reference guide for things that are immune related, and we are going to be continually adding things to this as well. And also, I'm going to be giving explanations for each of the conditions. I didn't have enough time this is usually the end of the year is usually when things lighten up, but my workload is actually quite heavy right now. So I didn't have all the time I wanted to put into this, but it's a lot of detail oriented work, and we'll just keep adding to it as time goes by. So you'll get updated versions of this booklet as time goes by. So we're jumping down to page 6, segment B. And the first thing we're looking at here is the blood and purifying in times of compromised immunity, right? So purifying the blood in times like this is not necessarily like when somebody would go through and do a detox, right? You're just stimulating certain functions in the body to make the body detoxify a little bit, but this isn't like a detox like how people go, I'm gonna fast and I'm going to do this and I'm only going to eat certain foods. The body's already in a weakened state with the immunity being compromised. So you're wanting to stimulate a little bit of detoxification so that the body can get stronger, not really go through a hardcore detox. And so in a way, what you're doing is you're trying to jumpstart processes in the body, because when the immunity has been compromised, it literally means things in the body are like sluggish, right? So it's not just that you're toxic, it's almost like the physiology has shut down a little bit, or it's phoning it in. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of working, but it's kind of not. You know how like when you get tired and somebody goes, hey, somebody's towing your car, you're like, I need to know all the information before I get up out of this chair and go outside, right? It's kind of like that. Like it's just, you could just say like certain parts of your physiology are tired. Now, this can come from having several bouts of illnesses and things like this, but also it can be from stress. Stress is it can be fatiguing, but it can cause systems in your body to shut down somewhat, not completely, but like it makes them sluggish. And so part of what we do with essential oils is where we put them on topically. Sometimes we do a salt bath, sometimes we take them internally, and depending on what it is and everything. Here, the blood purification is something that we do all the time, because anything that you can get into the lungs, right? Like we're sitting and doing sustained inhalation, anything that you get into the lungs, as the blood passes through the lung tissue, some of those oils, some of those molecules infuse in the bloodstream and then circulate through the whole body, right? And so kind of in a way, when you want to do a little bit of purification or fortifying something, inhalation is one of the best ways. Even when doing energy work, like when you want to circulate a certain kind of energy through the body, through the whole body, you can go and systematically energize all the different parts of the body, or you just put it in the lungs and the lungs spread it through the whole body because of the infusion of that energy into the blood. So this is the idea here. And again, we're going to talk about some of the oils and why to use them. And then we'll open it up to Q&A, and you have plenty of time to ask about things that you have specific concerns about in your life. It's not just going to be about the protocols. Okay, so this idea of purifying the blood is kind of a bread and butter approach to immunity. So first off, we have cinnamon, right? Cinnamon is a good body stimulant. It stimulates all the processes of the body. It's very strengthening, it's very fortifying, and it's also very antibacterial and antiviral. So anytime that the system has been compromised due to stress or due to long-term, health issues or fatigue, whatever it is, anytime that the system has been run down a little bit, cinnamon is a great way to jumpstart everything. And the other thing that's very good about this is both cinnamon and thyme are both respiratory stimulants. Now, when we use the term stimulant in medical aromatherapy, we don't mean it like, like taking a bunch of caffeine. It's basically stimulating that system to function more appropriately. And sometimes what happens with anxiety, sometimes what happens with illness, respiratory issues, even some pain syndromes, is that the breath isn't strong. Like, you have not just like a rapid breath or a short rapid breath, but the breath is like shallow or weak, right? And so strengthening the respiratory rate, strengthening the respiratory action can be very important. And so thyme does that, all the various forms of thyme. And then cinnamon is probably the strongest out of that. Red thyme, white thyme will do it as well, but I like cinnamon for this just because it stimulates so much of the body's processes. It stimulates circulation. Thyme is very good for immunity as well. It is kind of a little bit of a softer, longer approach, because even with thyme, there's the red thyme and the white thyme that are relatively like strong, but sometimes they can be a little too hot, right? And so there's softer forms of thyme that you can take over a long period of time, stimulate and fortify the body, reduce fatigue, reduce the effects of stress. And even if you have an autoimmune issue, right, stimulating the immune system can be a little too much, but if done in small dosages, the cinnamon and the thyme can work very well. But if you're really concerned about the autoimmune issue, there's a form of thyme, Moroccan thyme, that actually helps to regulate the thymus, which is actually something that we use to treat autoimmune issues. So regardless if you have an autoimmune issue or not, the ability to treat the fatigue and the body shutdown, so to speak, is very, very doable. And so lemongrass can do it, but lemongrass does it a little bit differently. It doesn't really jumpstart the body the way the cinnamon and thyme works. Lemongrass does it more through the function of balancing out the nervous system, the involuntary part of your nervous system. It diminishes the tendency to be in fight flight and helps you to shift a little bit more into rest and repair mode. It is also very good for stimulating lymphatic function. And so, like, this is what I would say for that. You can still use cinnamon in the morning or during the day, and then at nighttime, you could use the lemongrass, like if you're trying to do a combination. And the lemongrass would probably help you sleep a little bit better at night. Now, the lemongrass is also what we were using to treat people that were having achiness and things like after the vaccine. We'd have them take a few drops internally, and the achiness comes from poor lymphatic movement and a shift in the nervous system. And so it just helps to balance those things out. So all of these oils here are super anti-infectious diseases as well. So you could use it during a time of infection, and you could also use it to prevent. And then after the fact, you can help the body get jump-started and improve function. So it doesn't matter if it's before, during, or after. And the thing that happens sometimes when you've been sick, you get over the virus, you get over the bacteria, whatever was going on, and then the body's left in a depleted state where It's just run down. It needs like a body stimulant to kind of jumpstart it, or certain areas need to be fortified. Sometimes with something like that, we use some different oils, but for right now, let's just keep it about this. And so you could also use chakra root cleanser. Not so much a body stimulant, but it is a lymphatic stimulant, like a deep lymphatic stimulant, and it has a cleansing effect on the energy body. I know there's two blends here, green healer, violet healer. That's referencing something that's going to happen in January. So no need to talk about that right now. Forest mint, peppermint will work, but forest mint is actually a kind of mint. It comes out of Turkey, and obviously it grows in the forest, but it's actually a little bit better body stimulant than regular peppermint, and it doesn't have the menthol in it. So peppermint's really good for pain management and things like that. The forest mint you wouldn't use for pain management because of the lack of menthol, but it stimulates the body processes to a much higher degree. And so kind of the same but different as cinnamon, where it's a good general body stimulant. But the thing that's interesting about mints, especially peppermint and forest mint, is it will really stimulate the liver and its early stages of detoxifying itself. So it really can jumpstart a detoxification process without throwing the body into crisis. So it stimulates different things going on in the body, but it helps the liver to start detoxifying, as well as some of the other areas, but really super specific to the liver. And so with any time where the immunity is compromised, so this means that you get sick easy, the body's fatigued, it could be age related or other health issue related. Say you have a chronic health issue, even chronic arthritis, for example, actually, or chronic pain syndromes can cause the body to become a little bit depleted. And so you're not just looking at treating the pain syndromes, but you have to also look at, what is this doing to the body? What is this doing to the overall health of the individual? And so it's not always just about the immune system. If there's other health issues going on, if there's other pain syndromes going on, even if a person has gone through situations where there's been a lot of strong emotions over a period of time, again, that can also compromise the immune system, especially trauma, fear, stress, basically any of the strong emotions. And so with that, this is one of the things that we would do with some of the people from the shootings and bombings, because what happens over a period of time, they have the trauma of the event, but within about a year, they start having pretty serious immune related issues. They get sick real easy. Their body doesn't recover, they get fatigued really easy. And so again, using body stimulants to strengthen the body and help the body to detoxify, but in a gentle way, is a way to diminish the effects of the traumatic event. So let's go ahead and open this up to questions. And
yeah, you can unmute yourself now, guys. You can type in any questions. We are keeping it to the immune related, and if we can, kind of topic at hand at the moment.
Yeah, perfect.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It is so wonderful to be here with you. The immune system information is fabulous as always. And I just am taking notes and profoundly grateful for the class and all of the information that you guys share. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, thanks, Peggy.
And then go ahead, other Peggy, and then Linda.
So I just wanted to say I love the word jumpstart. And because even just psychologically, it makes you know that what you're doing is really gonna kick things off and make your life even better. So again, for my class.
And go ahead, Linda.
Hey, Greg, I'm so
Hey.
glad you're here today. So there's actually something going on with me that could be serious.
Oh, what's going on?
So I've been having issues with like the last 3 weeks with diarrhea, which started to clear up, but I got an abdominal ultrasound on what is today, yesterday morning. And what showed up is a blood clot on the vein going into my liver. And then a little growth on my pancreas that seems to be creating, this is doctor medical talk.
Right.
They could be creating that. And they're a little concerned about the growth on the pancreas. So I'm going back next Friday for an MRI. And what I'm experiencing physically right now is the diarrhea is stabilized, but there's a lot of sensitivity in my upper abdomen.
Okay.
And I'm also, there's some fear. I'm really working to clear out.
Oh, I bet. Like, I mean, those are some scary words there. Now,
Yeah.
like, this is what I would say about this. Like, so first off, just like hearing the diagnosis, they don't temper anything. So they just throw everything out at you and just say, okay, here's the things, here's what's concerned, but it doesn't always mean what it implies.
Right, because they're
So,
implying cancer and they
Yeah.
don't know what it is.
yeah, they don't, and it could be a growth, it could be a tumor, and it could be benign, it could be just some weird little abnormality, and so they're implying something, but I always like to kind of wait to hear, like, when they've done a biopsy or something like that. It doesn't mean that you couldn't go through and treat things, but so first let's talk about the blood clot. The blood clot, you have a couple of choices, and one of the best ways to break down blood clots is helichrysum.
I have, great.
Yeah.
Can you hear background noise? Because I'm in a coffee shop.
No, you're fine. Yeah, you're
Okay,
fine.
good.
I would actually take the helichrysum internally, and that you're dealing with a blood clot. I mean, there's some different schools of thought, but like the helichrysum, I find, is like kind of the safest way to go through and treat it. Yarrow can also work. And then sometimes you'll read that lemon can work for that, and it can, but lemon is more of like just like kind of a general blood thinner. And I like the helichrysum and the yarrow because it really is not just thinning the blood, but it actually is a bit more active on breaking up blood clots than the lemon. And so I tend to want to go always more like helichrysum or yarrow. And
Well, I have that. I have helichrysum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like back, I don't know, about 10, 15 years ago, I had a client who, she had this really super rare clotting disorder that her family was the only people that was ever known to have this clotting disorder. And, because it's not widely known. I mean, outside this family, nobody was aware of this clotting disorder anywhere. And so they used to study her and her family about it, but they really didn't have medications that would work for that. And so, it was to the point where she couldn't cross her legs because that actually might like end her life. Like, I mean, like it was that serious, like it was just crazy. And we gave her you know, we coordinated this with the physician to make sure that they were okay with it, but we had her taking kind of large dosages of helichrysum. And it didn't make the health issue go away, you know, because it was a genetic condition, but it took away all the symptoms and all the things that they were worried about. And she could cross her legs for long periods of time, and it you know, wasn't an issue. And so that's how well helichrysum works for things like this. I mean, it works. I mean, when you think about like when you get a bruise or something like that and you put the helichrysum on and it moves things up, I mean, part of what it's doing is it's breaking up clots and things like that, you know, the body would absorb. It's just making the body absorb it at a much quicker rate. And so I would do that. And as far as the growth, I mean, you have a couple of different options. I mean, yarrow actually can be used, but I find that yarrow works a little bit better for inflammatory type growths. And usually on the pancreas, they're a little bit more well-defined. You know what I would probably use is pine oil. I would use pretty big dosages of pine. You can just put it on your wrist. You don't have to take it internally, and you don't have to put it like right over the area. Just like 6-8 drops, maybe even a couple times a day. Like put them on the wrist, and then just rub your wrists together. And that has actually been studied. So there's a few oils that have been studied for the treatment of growths and things like that. It can be quite helpful. Like, you know, I remember talking to a biochemist that they were looking at the potential of even doing like injections into tumor sites with pine oil, just because the pine oil was so good at inhibiting growth. And so, you know, the idea too would be to inhale the pine oil, and then you can direct it to, you know, it's going to be hard to say, okay, direct it to your pancreas, right? But you can go to just like the back solar plexus area, that mid-back area, and just inhale the pine in on that area. Still put it on your wrist, but if you want to be a little bit more specific, I would do that. And then I would also have you do some mushrooms. Like I would have you do maitake mushrooms. And I mean, I would take big dosages. Like I would take probably the equivalent of about 6 capsules 1 to 2 times a day. And so that can get a little expensive. And so who's the guys that we get the?
We still do Shaman Shack.
So there's a company named Shaman Shack, and they have real like potent mushrooms, and you can buy them without being in the capsules, which reduce the cost substantially. Like when you buy herbs at the store, the biggest cost is actually the packaging and the capsules themselves before the herbs are in. So if you can take the herbs without the capsules, you can reduce the price quite a bit. And, you know, you put it in like some tea or your coffee or, you know, whatever you would do. It, you know, it doesn't really have a strong, funky taste or anything. I mean, it has a little bit of a taste, but it just tastes like, you know, you're drinking a mushroom. So now, just because it's a growth, the things that I would also do is reduce meat consumption, like reduce it or knock it out if you can, just for a little while, not forever, but just until this gets resolved. And the reason being that the meat activates the lower centers and can accelerate chaotic cell growth, which is like, growths and tumors and things like that. And yeah, meat. I mean, if this was like you getting ready to go into chemo or something like that, I would say reduce corn and nuts as well, just because you want to limit allergic reactions. But for right now, just like reduce meat consumption, and don't wear any like crystals or anything like that. Like anything with stones on them, just like don't wear them for a little while, like not forever, just until this gets resolved. And again, just because this like stones activate the lower centers, even if they've been blessed and consecrated, they still are very activating to the lower centers. And for chaotic cell growth, it's the Ming Men and the basic become overactivated. I mean, or at least that's the reflection. Something's going on in the body, but those two centers propel chaotic cell growth, right? So you want to do things that actually keeps those things from being so activated. Oil-wise, there's nothing you really need to avoid. But I do the pine, do the helichrysum. Yarrow, you could take yarrow internally, but the issue with the yarrow as well is that after about 3 weeks, you got to take a break from it. And not so much for the blood clot, but for treating the cell growth. And I'd rather see like consistent treatment. And like I said, it usually is a little bit better for inflammatory type growths. And so you have to take a break after 3 weeks, because if you don't, it starts to reduce or inhibit your ability to absorb iron. And so I like the helichrysum for the blood clot issue, and then I like the pine for the treatment of the growth. Yeah. And I'm sorry to hear that, by the way.
Yeah, and I have a couple questions. This is great, thank you. So the helichrysum, how much, when we say in water, like how many drops a day?
I would do 2 or 3 drops, and I would probably do it twice a day.
2 to 3 drops.
Mhm.
Okay, twice a day.
Mhm.
And this is very interesting. I actually recently started to eat more keto, which is more red meat.
Mhm.
And I mean, this has been like the last 2 weeks. So can I still eat turkey and chicken and fish? Because this is
You can eat it, but like I mean, even that, it's not going to be as activating as the red meat, but it's still going to be activating. Like usually with like somebody who has like kind of a like more progressed where there's like a growth, I usually have them be vegetarian for like just for the time of treatment. And
this is so opposite. It was recommended to me to go more keto, which is very few vegetables, very few carbs, and heavy on the meat.
But that's for weight loss or weight management?
No, it wasn't for weight loss. It was to help the diarrhea and just mold in the system,
yeah, like that would probably be the case for the diarrhea, but then like you start to manage, okay, the diarrhea versus the growth. Like the diarrhea could be managed maybe in other ways, but that growth, I mean, because it's a holistic point of view about like reducing the meat consumption, but actually they've even done studies in Western medicine where they don't even say meat, they just say animal proteins directly correspond to the growth rate of chaotic cells, which it's any sort of tumor, cyst, any sort of growth that's abnormal, that animal proteins actually can accelerate that. And so, it was a study that was probably done maybe 25 years ago. But it's kind of a rule of thumb. Even some of the physicians that I used to work with, because I used to work with oncologists like way back in the day. And without me even saying something, they would, not all of them, but a few of them would have people reduce meat consumption substantially. And it's a hard one because like when you're used to eating meat all the time, I would say don't just go off of it like tomorrow. Like I just start reducing it, because you do have to find good protein replacements, and you got to let your body get used to it. Like when I was young, I did a thing where I was like, I woke up and I was like, I'm going to become vegetarian today. And within like 3 or 4 months, I was kind of sickly because I didn't let my body adjust and I wasn't getting enough protein. And so later I did it over a long period of time where I just kept reducing it, kept reducing it. And then pretty soon I'd go, man, it's been a while since I've had meat. And, even now, if somebody puts it in front of me, like I'm at somebody's house or a restaurant gets it wrong or something, I usually just still eat it. Like, it's not like it's, something I avoid at all costs. I mean, I tried to avoid it, but at the same time, not fanatical about it. But when you're dealing with a chaotic cell growth, if you're having a hard time with it, reduce it to like, okay, no red meat, no pork, maybe just some chicken or fish, and maybe not, even if you can like skip a day from time to time, just keep reducing it that way. And then even better than chicken and turkey is fish. Like you could still eat some fish and, still get the protein in that way, but it's not quite as harsh as like red meat or pork or even turkey or chicken. And so eggs would probably be okay, but like in really extreme cases, which I don't think this is a super extreme case, but in super extreme cases, I would say even the reduction of eggs and cheese to be on the list as well. And so, in those cases, I usually have them do like protein powders and things like that, just because they're usually in chemo and having a hard time consuming things anyway. And so we try to get them to just have some calories, like with a smoothie or a shake of some sort. And we just load it up with protein powder and then have them do that. And so,
like a
Mhm.
whey protein powder.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Whatever protein you.
Well, so this is really interesting because I started to really shift my diet into more meat
Mhm.
just a few weeks ago, and that's when the pain started to show up in my upper abdomen.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably there,
Yeah.
but maybe it got a little bit stimulated or something, and so could be a coincidence, but I would try to reduce it, try to reduce it.
Okay.
And this is the thing that I would also say about it too, because I've had again patients and things where we were treating really hardcore cancers and things, and every once in a while they'd feel hungry and they'd want meat and they'd eat it, and then they'd come in and they'd be kind of beating themselves up with that they ate it. And I was like, don't be hard on yourself about it. Like if you ended up eating meat, it's just like, okay, like not a big deal. Like we're just trying to do everything we can. It's not going to be a thing that probably makes or breaks it, but it does slow down the rate. And if you slip some in there from time to time, okay, like it's not that crazy. But having meat every meal probably needs to be reduced. And so even if you can just go down to like maybe once a day or something, and then reduce the kind of meat. And then, we also don't have all the information. So I would say it doesn't need to be super fanatical until we know what's going on. And so, I mean, granted, it's, you know, I had cancer when I was in high school, and it freaks you out. I mean, it changes your brain pretty quickly, because you're like, oh, like I got this now, and I'd say wait till all the information's in. You know, you can start treating, you can start trying to do things to prevent, but let them evaluate it and get to the bottom of it before, you know, you start doing dramatic changes in lifestyles and things. You know, you start doing the things that you can do, but you're already having a little bit of a shock with the evaluation and the diagnosis. And so,
Totally.
and it's not even a diagnosis yet. They're just gathering information still. And so don't throw your whole world into crisis. Like, let your body and your mind and everything, like, kind of process everything, and not go into, I mean, there's the freak out mode from the diagnosis, but then there's the freak out mode of changing everything. Like, keep yourself calm and sane, you know, without throwing your world in crisis, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And address it, but just kind of systematically just keep working to it. And then, you know, because like a perfect example is people will go get women will go get a mammogram, and they'll see a mass, or they'll see something in the mammogram. And my experience, I went through my notes and evaluated that, because I mean, I treated that a bunch, like hundreds and hundreds of cases. And 70% of the time, the mass was not malignant. It was a lymph node, calcium deposits. It was a bunch of just other weird things. And, you know, it shows up on the first test, and as they go through and they biopsied it, wasn't an issue. Like, it was just some weird thing, some anomaly there. And so I'd say with this, like, wait till they know. I mean, maybe it's that, but maybe it's other things. And, you know, it's always good to make choices based on accurate information rather than just, so treat it like kind of as if for a little bit, but you don't have to be super fanatical. And then, you know, as more information comes in, we can fine tune the treatment. But
Okay. I will have results from the
does that-
MRI like in like a week and a half. So I'll
Okay.
have more information.
So MRI, and are they going to biopsy it, or?
Well, they'll decide after the MRI if they
Yeah.
think it needs to be biopsied.
They're probably going to biopsy it. Like,
Yeah.
it's that the MRI, then the biopsy is probably more insurance than it is what the doctor wants to do. Like, the doctor probably has to do the MRI to do the biopsy. And so with any growth, they want to biopsy that. Like, they want to, you know, at least hit it with a needle, pull something out, and put it under a microscope.
Okay. And also they were saying that I should go on blood thinners, but that wouldn't be till after the biopsy. And in the meantime, I'll use the heliochrysum, because I'm not too keen on the idea of blood thinners, but
Yeah, I
And
mean, sometimes they're necessary, but I mean, it's basically like a therapeutic dose of rat poison. Like, I mean, it can be necessary sometimes, but if you can treat it without, I always try to like to treat it before. I mean, blood thinners work, but at the same time, you know, if you can do it other ways, I feel pretty confident on the helichrysum, you know, and they're not too concerned with it dislodging or anything like that.
they haven't said anything like that. No.
Okay, so they're just talking blood thinners and things like that. And so, okay, so
And they're holding off on blood thinners. They wouldn't even want me to start them till after the biopsy. So I've got some
Okay.
time.
so again, that shows that they're not super concerned about what happens with the blood clot. And I mean, I've treated people where they've had blood clots like in an area for years. like they just were managing it, and so we'll also talk to you a little bit, like maybe off, and there's another thing that I'll have you do, but
Fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
looks like
I'll
more
just-
grains.
where's
Yeah.
the blood clot in your liver?
It's on a vein going, the main vein going out of the liver.
Okay, I'll fill her liver up with green a couple of times, and I might be able to knock do the helichrysum, but I might be able to knock that blood clot out myself.
You've got some other ideas we'll talk about offline.
Yeah. Well, there's just a kind of energy that would break up a blood clot, and I've had very good success with that, and so over the next few days, I'll just try to nail it as well. Because that's all I was just gonna say to you. So.
Thank you so
You're so
much.
welcome.
Really appreciate it. Okay,
And keep us posted on the
will.
progress of all of this. Okay.
I will.
And then for the dose for the helichrysum,
2 or 3 drops a couple of times a day in water. Yeah.
and then some people were giving some alternative protein things.
Yeah.
So
You can
the
share.
protein can still.
Yeah. There's all kinds of protein stuff, and a lot of times it's just like whatever works for you.
And then go ahead, Cindy, then Sean.
Hey, Cindy.
Hey, Greg.
Hey.
Thank you for doing this. I just had one question about how to use the Forest Mint. I haven't ever used that one.
So Forest Mint, I mean, you can take it internally, but for this, I would, the goal is just to do sustained inhalations. You're not even directing it anywhere. You're just getting it in the lungs. So, I mean, it's one of those ones where, all of this is like, you can see the centers down below is just lungs. You're just inhaling it. You don't even have to put your awareness on the lungs, just the active inhalation gets it into the lungs and then gets it into your bloodstream. And so, the same can happen with the cinnamon, but the Forest Mint, I like the Forest Mint sometimes because sometimes the cinnamon can be a little too hot for somebody or a little too stimulating, and the Forest Mint is stimulating, but it's a little bit more mellow. Like, it does it, but it doesn't. If anything that happens with a mint using it like that is the mind gets a little clearer, like a little sharper, where cinnamon, like, you can start to get hot, and the Forest Mint doesn't do any of that. And so if somebody runs real hot, a good example would be somebody going through menopause, somebody doing meditation a lot where their body is just running hot because of Kundalini practice or activation. Sometimes guys are just wired because of testosterone. They just run a bit hot, and so mint might be a little bit of a better choice because it's not overheating.
Okay. And then for the lemongrass, is that just inhaling at night?
Yeah. Well, for this, but I mean, the thing with lemongrass is you can inhale it, but if you wanted to take a few drops, especially like if you feel something coming on or the body's achy, like if the body is achy all over, or how like sometimes when you don't feel good and you lay down and you're like a fish on the deck of a boat where you're just flopping around and you're rolling, and lemongrass can calm that down a bit. And so, some of that is the discomfort from the lymphatic movement, and some of that is a little bit of the nervous system. And it's what gets used sometimes when somebody has to be in bed for a long period of time because of an illness. You give them the lemongrass so that they're able to sit in bed for periods of time without flopping around like that fish on the deck. And so, you can do like the cinnamon or the thyme during the day, and then at night hit the lemongrass, and you can just do inhalation, or you can do a few drops internally. the thing too is there's been times where, you know, my body was real agitated because of like a illness or whatever. I actually even took a lemongrass bath, and it can be a little stimulating to the skin. So if you end up doing something like that, just don't make the water super hot, because the more hot the water is, the more it opens the pores, and things that you don't necessarily have sensitivity to in the hot water, you might have a sensitivity. And so, you know, I've done a few lemongrass baths, and they make you feel pretty good. I mean, they don't like knock you out like if you did it with valerian or spikenard or something, but it is very soothing, and it calms the body down, calms it down substantially.
Can you put it in lotion and put it on a?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know, if you put lemongrass just like neat application, like for me, like if I put it on, it doesn't irritate my skin, but for most people, it would irritate the skin a little bit. It would go away, but it would just like tingle for a little bit. But if you anything like that, if you put it in like alcohol or witch hazel or like a lotion or a massage oil, that changes the dynamic, and you can apply it pretty liberally on the body topically. And so that is another way to do it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Sean, then Ralph.
Hey, Greg. Can you hear
Hey,
me?
how are you?
Doing great. Yeah, thanks. Really appreciate you doing this education today. And my question is about the cinnamon. So does that pertain to just pure cinnamon, or because I know there's a bunch of blends that you do like Joy and Liberation, they have cinnamon in it. Does it have the same effect?
Yeah, it wouldn't quite have the same effect. You know, like here's the rule of thumb is that like when you blend something, it becomes like a new substance, right? But like, so if you blend cinnamon with Lang Lang, it's not going to quite be the same as just doing cinnamon by itself. But here's the other thing that I would say about this. Like, you know, when we're blending, you know, I haven't gone into a lot of depth about that, because it starts to get like kind of complicated. It's almost like you're dealing with the oils is like dealing with people. You know how like this person is really communicative and they're doing this and they're outgoing, and this person's real quiet. They have really good conversations one-on-one, but in a group they're not. And then this person, you know, they do this, and you know, the oils are a little bit like that. And so one of the things that I would say is that oils most times will like adapt to each other, but there's a handful of oils that are like, I'm the boss, we're all going to do it my way, right? Cinnamon is one of them. Like cinnamon is like willful's not the right word, but it's dominant. Like it's a dominant oil. Like cinnamon's that way. Like peppermint and forest mint's not even quite as dominant as peppermint, but it's still somewhat dominant. Tea tree can actually be very dominant. Like I mean, there's a handful of oils that are very, very dominant, and so if something has cinnamon in it, you're still going to get some of the effect, right? You're not going to get all of the effect, but you'll still get some of the effect. But if you're really like, if you're just trying to do a little maintenance, it's fine. But if you're like a little bit of like the body's really been worn down, or I'm sick and I'm not getting better, you know, something like that, and you feel that it is due to you know, I gotta just detoxify the body a little bit. And I've even used this to go through and treat people that have done several cycles of antibiotics. So, you know, in a way you're trying to avoid taking antibiotics, but if somebody has taken them or it was necessary. I usually run them through this after the fact just to strengthen the system. You know, like there's a few conditions where not only do they give them several cycles of antibiotics, they give them like IV antibiotics. I mean, they give them really super hardcore antibiotics. And, you know, let that whole condition resolve. And then I run them through something like this to undo the side effects of the antibiotics. And so, you know, like for example, like you wouldn't really think of this, but one of the side effects of taking antibiotics, it would happen in athletes, is that they would develop tendonitis or a high rate of ruptured tendon. You know, I say high rate, you know, that's all relative. Like, it's not like everybody that took it. It's just like, it just seemed to happen a lot when, you know, people were on antibiotics. And it's because the body becomes so toxic that the body's not able to clean the blood up, not able to clean the lactic acid up, the muscles and tendons start to tighten up. And so if you look at the side effects of antibiotics, one of the side effects is actually tendonitis. And you wouldn't think of that, but it's because of what it does to the body. And sometimes it's still necessary. It's still normal. I'm not saying never take antibiotics. I'm just saying, you know, be reasonable. And if you do take them, then just undo the effects. You know, it's not a tattoo. You can unwind the things that have happened. And so if you're just doing maintenance and a blend has it in there, then it's probably fine. But if you're really needing to treat the immune system, I'd go single oil on that. But that's the thing I would say is cinnamon is pretty dominant no matter what you put it on. Like if you want to see oils duke it out, put cinnamon and peppermint together. They do not like each other because they both want to be alpha. You know what I mean? It's literally kind of like that.
Yeah, I really appreciate the way you explain that. You always throw in a lot of humor too, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, take care, Sean.
And then go ahead, Ralph from CG.
Hey, Ralph.
You are not unmuted yet. Let's get you unmuted.
Hello.
Hey, Ralph.
Okay, good. Arthritis and lymph. So the arthritis causes the lymph to move, or the lymph's not moving, which causes the arthritis.
Wait, I can barely hear you. Hold on.
I'm gonna
Hold on, just a
see
sec.
if I can get you a little bit louder here.
Okay, lymph and
Oh, there you go.
arthritis.
Uh-huh.
So if the lymph's not moving, that will cause arthritis problems?
Yeah, it's kind of like both. Like if the lymph is real stagnant, the tendency is for that area. Like if you look at areas that have arthritis, the lymph nodes in and around that area usually aren't functioning very well, or they've almost like completely shut down. And
Okay.
so jump-starting the lymphatic movement in the lymph nodes is always helpful, because it basically helps that area to like detoxify and not let the acidic blood and the crystalline deposits and things quite accumulate in the area, right?
Okay.
And so because of that, the flip side, if there's an arthritic condition, the poor movement of blood in the area and the deposits that are happening, and you know, if there's calcium deposits where it's causing some irritation and inflammation, or if the situation is bone on bone, it's generating a bunch of inflammatory material, that is going to cause the lymphatic system to back up a bit. And if you take another step away from that and go, well, what's causing that? Is with that, it's usually inflammation. You know, it's
Okay.
usually like the capsule's inflamed, or the surrounding tissue's inflamed, the bursa sac's inflamed. something's irritating or generating like inflammatory material. And so anytime you have like inflammatory material, you want to look at just like single oils that are good at breaking it up. German chamomile kind of rocks it in that area. You can use some of the blends like the pain relief inflammatory, or like the blue healer, or
Arthur
Arthur is specific for it detoxifying the joint and reducing the deposits in the joint. So it does have an anti-inflammatory property. Like a couple of the oils that are anti-inflammatory, especially for like tendonitis and for our arthritic conditions, are Eucalyptus citrodora. Right? Not all eucalyptuses do this. It's the ones that smell real lemony, right? So Eucalyptus citrodora or ironbark eucalyptus has an anti-inflammatory effect on like tendons and arthritic conditions. So it helps to reduce some of those symptoms. And if you look at Arthrocare, so it has a bunch of that in there, and then it has a bunch of lovage in there as well. And lovage helps to reduce the deposits in the joint. And lovage is one of the best things to just clean up tissue. Like wherever you put it, it's like it detoxifies the tissue of where you put it. Like if you take it internally, it does like kind of this general detoxification. But like say you have arthritis in the thumb and you put some lovage there, it feels way better because it's cleaned that tissue up, it's cleaned everything up, and it's working as a diuretic. So it's removing fluid from that area and it's stimulating the kidneys to release more of the fluid, which is, in theory, reducing the potential for uric acid to end up in the joint. Because some of those crystalline deposits are a byproduct of the kidneys not eliminating enough. And so there's more uric acid in the blood. And there's other kinds of acids too, but like uric acid would be the thing that the lovage is cleaning up.
Okay, so I've been waking up in the morning with my left hand, a couple of fingers being, not wanting to bend. And it's like what my mother and her mom described as being their arthritic fingers. Okay.
Is there starting to be like a little bit of like misalignments or any sort of weirdness?
I haven't seen any misalignment yet. This is just
okay.
been the past 6 months.
So for that, this is what I would do. Like I would use Arthrocare, but Arthrocare would be secondary. The primary thing is use the joint relief, or if you don't have that, mix like we'll do a simple version where you mix rosemary, cedar, and either juniper or like pine. I mean, you can mix them all together, but the rosemary, cedar, and juniper or pine will reduce spasms in the area, because some of it is spasms and some of it is poor circulation. And it helps to move the blood and reduce the spasms, and it increases ranges of motion for something like that, like rheumatoid arthritis, which it sounds like that's what they probably had, was rheumatoid arthritis. Like you put it on the hand, and I had this one person who let's just say she was very outspoken and maybe a little bit obnoxious, and she was like, yeah, nothing's gonna work, that's not gonna work, I've tried everything, and none of this stuff works. Like, it's just the way my hand is. And like, she couldn't even like flex her hand like this. Like her hand was just, and I had her put it on, and she could actually make a fist. And she was like, I'm shocked. Why is this working? And da 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 da. And that formula, it's not something I cooked up. It was a formula that was used about 300 or 400 years ago on, it was like a princess or a queen that had rheumatoid arthritis. And they said that it cured it. And you know, that word gets thrown around a little loosely. Like if the figures are misaligned and things like that, it doesn't make that go away. And it doesn't mean a few applications means, oh, it's done. You have to constantly treat it, but it reduced the symptoms so much that her hand would work like normally. So there's that. But the other thing that I would say, Ralph, is that is it just happening in one hand or is it happening in both hands?
So far, it seems to be just in the left hand. I had one day where I woke up in the morning of my left hand,
Uh-huh.
and then later on that afternoon, it was the same symptom in the right hand on the same finger.
Okay.
Now,
So-
I had been doing some pretty heavy labor, you know, we're using my hands a lot during that day.
Okay.
So, you know, it's like, I know my grandmother definitely had circulation problems in her hand. My mom didn't live long enough to see it.
Right.
So I may have some hereditary circulation issues.
But this is the other thing I was going to throw out at you is that things that like tightness or tension in the muscles in and around the vertebrae of the neck, or even in the shoulders or forearm, can cause those same symptoms. And so what fingers are they?
Not the pinky finger, but the one next to it.
So it's the ring finger.
Yes.
And does it lock?
It doesn't lock, it just doesn't want to move.
Just doesn't want to move. I would treat the forearm, like even with the arthric hair, like this part of the forearm, not necessarily the backside, but this part.
Okay,
You know, like if you follow the palm and then just keep going down the forearm and put some on there, and then take your thumb and then really kind of dig around.
and that's with
And-
arthric hair.
Yeah, with arthric hair, Eucalyptus citrodora, even lovage, and put it on there and just really massage the forearms.
Yeah.
And that might actually reduce some of the symptoms, because especially that you just were doing a bunch of labor and everything, it actually could be more of a soft tissue injury or like not a sprain, but like a little bit of a strain. And there could still be deposits, not in the joint itself, but sometimes what happens is there's deposits in the tendon and sheath, and that actually will reduce the movement. You could have it not be able to bend, or it bends and it won't straighten out. And so I mean, you can do your whole forearm, but definitely this part.
Okay,
And treat that for a little while and see if that reduces it. If it reduces it, it means it's more of a soft tissue issue than an arthritic issue. But putting the joint relief or like rosemary and cedar or something on the hands itself will help the circulation and reduce the spasms and reduce the potential for that happening. But I'd also look at the neck. Like, what kind of work were you doing? Were you doing a lot of manual labor? Were you bent over a lot, like with your neck down, or?
yeah, well, I was building a set of shelves. So yeah, I was using a circular saw, and I was also bent over.
Okay, bent over. And were you having periods of time where your hand was up like this, or
No.
weight bearing like this?
No, it was all bent over on saw.
Okay.
horses.
I mean, arthritis is always a potential, but I would almost look at it as soft tissue first before the arthritic thing. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I just treat them both. But given that you just had all that activity, it still could stir up some arthritis, but that it's a lot of activity, it probably is more soft tissue.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, treat it and let us know. Like, let me
Okay.
know how it responds after a few days.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
You're so,
And then go ahead, CG, then Peggy.
hey, Miss Chris.
Good morning, Greg. Good morning, Sam.
Hey, Mr. Chris.
How are you?
You got me. Yeah, you got me.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you so much for this class this morning. It's great. Appreciate it.
Oh, my pleasure.
Hey, I was just calling. We have a family friend and just had a couple questions and I don't know the depth of, the medical history. So I'll just try to,
Sure.
give you as much detail as I can. So it's kind of hitting two areas. One is inflammation and then the other is a possible immunity. So I'll go with the inflammation first. For years now, he's been having issues where it seems like below the calf below the calf and then definitely into the feet, they swell up, to the point where he's
Edema.
usually in
Yeah.
some type of discomfort walking where he really can't wear a regular pair of shoes anymore, and he's been to the traditional, MD, he's been to a neurologist, tried different types of therapies, acupuncture, massage, and he's just having no luck, and it just seems like with his feet, like I mentioned, he's always in some type of discomfort. So that was.
Did they ever
number
try
one.
like a series of diuretics? Like, did they give him a diuretic just to try to flush fluid out of his system and all that?
Not that I am aware of, but that's something I can ask him.
Yeah. So like usually when you see edema down in the legs, like it can be very debilitating. Like you said, like it can be hard to put shoes on, it can be hard to walk, hard to stand. And so it can just be inflammation, but most likely it's a edema. And the thing that we'd also want to check is like when you push on it, and then take your hand away, does it bounce back or does it like leave an indentation for a while, which would be known as pitted edema. And which is, it needs a bit more of an aggressive treatment. But with edema, like you have a couple of things. Like it could just be vein function of the legs. There could be a little bit of the heart is having a little bit of issue of moving blood and things like that. And so that's always an issue. And that he's seen the physicians already, they probably have explored a lot of this stuff. And so I would guess that he's probably been put on a diuretic and it either didn't resolve it or and so, I mean, you can always use diuretics, but if you've already gone down that route, then you start looking at like what else could be going on. And so vein health is usually can be a big one. Like, the veins of the legs, do we know, does he have varicose veins very much? Do you know?
No, not that I have seen.
You've never seen, okay. So vein health can be an issue, but also if it was in more of the body, it could even be a particular side of the heart or something like that. But when it's just kind of down in the legs, especially in the lower legs, sometimes it's actually a spleen issue. And the spleen just being depleted, it's like the spleen, not so much in Western medicine, but in Chinese medicine, is like involved in like what they would call like the transmutation of water, right? And it just simply means that it helps the body utilize the water that you take in, where sometimes like when it's not functioning right, you are either just peeing it right back out or your body starts dumping it into just various body tissues, right? And so the place that usually gets hit the hardest is the knee down. Like, it's the lowest part of the body. So all the fluid just kind of settles down in that area. And so with that, I usually use like a combination of a diuretic, and it could even, in this case, could even be probably topical, where you put like lovage on topically on just like the knee down. And then I would probably have them use Angelica internally just to strengthen the spleen, because the spleen, there's different things that you can treat. And so just treating the spleen doesn't treat everything of the spleen. It's here where we're treating a spleen that is depleted and deficient. And so it does compromise like when the spleen is deficient, it does compromise the immune system. And it also compromises the ability to fight inflammation. And so that, because the spleen is tied, it is one of the biggest vessels of the lymphatic system. So your body's ability to fight off inflammation would be impacted with poor functioning spleen. And so then he also has inflammatory issues. I would kind of go down that route. You could sit and look at all the symptoms and go, it could be any of them, but this one's walking like a duck and quacking like a duck. It doesn't mean it's a duck, but it probably is a duck, right? And so inflammation, you have a couple of choices, and it depends on how bad, how hard it's been. So, there's always the black cumin. You could use turmeric, and, it would have to be internal. Like, ginger can be good for this, especially for some of the precursor to the inflammation. Like the turmeric will clean that up somewhat, and so will the ginger. Now, the thing about putting the lovage on the legs is it also cleans up the inflammatory material that eventually will turn into like full-blown inflammation. And so that is a good combination there. And then another one that we really don't think about, or I don't mention very much, is the combination of frankincense and myrrh for inflammation. And so you could use like the 3 wise men, or you could take frankincense and myrrh, and pretty much, just to make it easy, blend them this like equal amounts. And again, it needs to be probably topical. There are times where, like in chronic fatigue syndrome, fibromyalgia, where I'll make like a body tonic and have them do the 3 wise men all over the body. That can be helpful, but sometimes I'll rotate between that and the use of sage in a body tonic, just because that the sensory nerves sometimes can be overstimulated, which will then affect the lymphatic system, and the lymphatic system affects the sensory nerves, right? So it's a way to calm everything down by just applying that body tonic all over the body. And so you can rotate those two. It will help the body function better. And it still has a bit of an anti-inflammatory effect, but I would still rotate it with something else that has a much stronger anti-inflammatory effect.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's all good notes to bring to him. And then
and it's a way to keep it simple. Like, he's going to have to slap some things on, but we're not telling him to do 10 things. Like, just give him like 2 things, like put this on your feet, and then, do this other thing. And so he can take diuretics internally if he wants to be more aggressive, but you have to kind of read the individual. Like, everybody has like a threshold of what they can do and what they can't do before they start getting overwhelmed. And so, like, if it's a family member for me, I usually only give them 1 or 2 things, because after that, it's going to be too much. They're not going to do any of it. So I'd rather give them something that will produce at least some result, so that eventually they might do something else. But if they're gung-ho about it, you can give them 4 or 5 things and they'll run with it. So you kind of have to read your friend and see where is he at on that scale.
Okay, will do. Thank you. And then the other immunity question was, he also, I think in the span of the last 10 years, he keeps having this reoccurring abscess. And in fact, I think this past week, he went to have it drained again. But a few years ago, he did have surgery. They drained it, and then they were doing surgery on it too, to try to find out where the source or cause of what's generating the bacteria, and they couldn't find it. So that was my other question, just putting that out there.
So do we know where it's at?
Yes, it's on the gluteus maximus, left side, I believe.
Okay. And does he sit a lot, or was he bedridden for a while, or does he like cycle or something? Anything like?
No, he sits a lot for work, and because of his, feet, he's not, too active getting outside or doing any
Gotcha.
type of activity.
So with that, it's an abscess. So not a boil, but an abscess.
That's what he's calling it, is an abscess. So I'm going with what he is referred me to and told me what the doctors are referring it to. So let's go with abscess.
I would say you could put, you could put helichrysum on it. You could put bay laurel on it. You could have him take bay laurel internally. The thing with bay laurel is it's good for, it's a wide spectrum antibacterial. It hits a lot of different serious bacterias and handles them quite well. Like even staph and strep and all that, bay laurel actually can address those things. You could do that, or you could add, you could have him take some thyme internally, and that it's been chronic for a period of time. I would probably go with softer thymes for a longer period of time. So thyme like Thuyonol, thyme Geranol, they would be pretty solid. But for this, with really chronic infections that just don't respond to a lot of things, I actually a lot of times go Moroccan thyme. And Moroccan thyme, if you had a serious infection, it's not the one you would go to. But like these kind of low grade or chronic infections that just your body just can't get rid of them. I do Moroccan thyme, and sometimes I've done Moroccan thyme and myrrh together, just to calm down some of the limbic functions, and the myrrh does some other things as well, but it would have to be internal and for a period of time. I would probably do that. I'd still probably put something on there topically, but the bay laurel would work. Helichrysum might also work on that. And for that, I would probably just do neat, like on the topical spot. Yeah, like sometimes they like, sitting a lot or cyclists used to get these, well, they still get them, but there's these things they call saddle sores, and they're just like these little areas that get infected, and they raise up, and they can turn into abscesses, or they turn into these like little balls that are on the skin that have to be drained or sometimes even cut off because they get so bad. And it's usually like the pressure and the friction, and then sweat, and then the sweat's not moving because of clothing and stuff like that. And so I like the idea of bay laurel or the helichrysum, because both also have like kind of a cleansing effect on the tissue around it, and so it would stimulate the movement. And if we kind of backtrack, having a lot of inflammation would make him a little predisposed to that, but also fluid retention would make him very, very much more predisposed to that. So you're really looking at all three of those issues kind of overlap quite a bit. And so I would treat all three, and I would still say like I'd treat the abscess, but the fluid retention would probably be my big thing that I would focus on. So again, going back to lovage on the body, and he can take lovage internally or partially internally. I would probably just do lovage, but definitely topical applications on the legs.
Okay, thank you. And is there a pranic healing protocol that you would recommend?
I would do, there's a protocol for just inflammation in the body, general. It's in the advanced book. And then I would do a thing for stimulating the kidneys, which would be a lot of green, orange, and red. Just clean the kidneys and then green, orange, red.
Okay.
You know, you can always open up the lymphatic system, especially of the legs. But if the kidneys aren't working well, I mean, when you start getting down to it, you want to make sure they're drinking enough water, that their breath is good, you know, taking long, slow, deep breaths. So then you look at the diaphragm. I mean, it could get a little bit complicated, but I think there's enough to address here right off the bat to try to get them going, and stimulating the kidneys would be a big project. Like, how old are they?
He is, I want to say 62.
Yeah. So like, I mean, that's the thing, like as we get older, kidney function goes down a little bit. And again, going back to the lovage, I like lovage a lot because it usually improves kidney function. It doesn't just act as a diuretic, it actually makes the kidneys function better. And so does parsley. Like juniper, for example, very good diuretic, but it doesn't really stimulate the kidneys to function better. It just stimulates the kidneys to get rid of excess fluid, and then that's that. And so, I mean, I still use juniper for a lot of things, but when in doubt, I usually go like lovage or parsley, something like that, just because it's addressing the situation, and then it's starting to address like root causes of what got the person there. You know what I mean? And so, I mean, lovage is amazing. Lovage is, there was a scare, I don't know, a couple of years ago that lovage was, you know, not going to be distilled anymore. I freaked out. I bought like 10 kilos. Like I was like, I'm going to have enough for the next decade because it's so amazing. And, you know, that little scare passed, but it was like, you know, because COVID, distillers were going down to business, and there's not a lot of people who distill that. And so that's how much lovage is, like, you know, it was a small fortune to get all that lovage, but I was like, I'm not going to run out of lovage. Like, there's no way. Yeah, just no way. Like it does too many things well.
Okay, well, that's great information, and I will pass that on to him because I'm just very, tired of seeing him always in discomfort.
Yeah, it's hard when you see a friend like, you know, having difficulty, and yeah. And if he needs to email and ask more specifics or something, you know, just you know, let us know, or give him our email or whatever, and I'm glad to, like, you know, talk him through whatever he needs to be talked through with all of that.
All right, great. Thank you.
The thing I would say, emphasize to him, it's not all about, it's like not an all or nothing treatment right off the bat. You can just start doing one little piece, and then eventually do another piece, and then another piece. But if you do a strategy that's kind of a layered approach over a period of time, it should resolve a bunch of that. You know, it might not resolve it completely, but it should improve it substantially. And the more you improve it, the more the body can start reacting. The other thing that I was thinking, you know, as I was saying it before that I didn't say is, you could, you know, again, you have to measure up your friend and know, like, how much is he going to do and how much is he not going to do. And like, no judgment in any of that. Like, some people, like, just one thing is all they can really focus on, and some people want, you know, the full repertoire. And I would actually put him on Gotu Kola as well. And the reason being, Gotu Kola is a very good vein tonic, and it literally is about helping fluid get out of the lower limbs, especially from the knee down. And it's not so much that it's does it through diuretic properties. I mean, it does have some little bit of diuretic properties, but it's a vein tonic. It firms up the veins. And so the veins in the lymphatic system are pretty intertwined. And so if you improve vein function a lot of times you improve lymphatic function, and vice versa. Right. So here you're really focusing a little bit more on the veins, which helps move some of the excess blood and fluid out, because I mean, that is part of what the lymphatic system is supposed to do, is pick up excess fluids in the body and then get rid of it. And so That would be if he does go down that route, I would do probably 3 capsules or tablets 3 times a day, like for a little while, and then eventually to twice a day.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
thank you so
I mean,
much for
there's
all your
there's
advice.
times when I want to like tone up the veins of the legs, where I take 3 capsules 6 times a day. Like I just
Wow.
like every few hours I take it, and it feels pretty good because it lightens up the legs and reduces some of the fluid there, but the byproduct is that you're getting more blood and oxygen to the brain, and your mind gets clearer. Like you're able to think clearer and think more cognitively. And part of like when we get like a dull mind or fuzzy thinking, it's usually lymphatic. The lymphatic system, the body's just toxic, and then eventually it makes the brain toxic. And so it's a way to kind of clean everything up, and it improves brain function.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Greg, for
You're so welcome.
your advice. Thank you again.
And just a couple clarifying questions with this particular one. Someone was wondering, the lovage, is it for the arthritic knee? Is that why they're doing the lovage? I don't know.
For this last case, you could use it for arthritis in the knee, but this was more for the diuretic effect on the edema down in the ankles and feet and legs and stuff.
And you had also talked a little bit about the spleen and things for that. Would the spleen oil work?
Not for this. The spleen oil is very specific for undoing the effects of trauma. And here we were talking about treating the spleen for basically like a depleted spleen. It can be for all kinds of reasons, but like when the spleen becomes very weak, Angelica is one of the best things to bring it back around. So.
And just so you guys know, I will get to those other questions that you're asking here in the chat as well. That was just seemed very like before I forget, before Greg forgets. And then go ahead, Peggy, then Jean.
Hey, Peggy.
Peggy Bonta.
Hi, yeah, I had to unmute. Okay, so 2 questions. When I walk down the first step, I live 20 steps up. When I walk down the first step, usually my right knee twinges like ow, and like it could collapse. And then after I get started on the second step, it's gone. It doesn't hurt during the day. It's just strictly localized just to that one time. And but it's very obvious. Okay, so that's my first question.
Okay. Give me a second. Let me look something up. I'm going to shoot you a picture of something. So give me just a sec here. Just a second. Okay, so she's going to post something here, and I'm just going to show you something.
Just that whole picture with
Yeah, that-
everything?
Yeah, whole picture. Yeah. I mean, if you can focus it in on just the leg and let
Yeah,
the little
I'm gonna
advertising.
try to do that, yeah. Yes.
Okay, so you see the picture?
Yep,
Okay, you see how in the middle part, there's two X's, there's one that's high, one that's low?
Yep.
The one that's low, that's your knee issue. Like, so put things on there that are antispasmodic or, you know, even something like helichrysum or ginger, marjoram, basil, even rosemary would probably do something, but probably helichrysum or marjoram would be your two bets, or ginger. And like put it in like a little bit of lotion and then like rub it in the area and then dig your fingers in and then just really kind of poke around and look for the sorest spot that's kind of in and around that X. Because what's happened is you've developed, it doesn't sound like it's progressed too far, but you've developed a trigger point in that particular area. And it starts to destabilize the knee a little bit. And it will make the knee buckle. Like when the knee starts getting unstable, eventually it will buckle. And the mechanism is actually that bottom X. And if it was much further along, it would be a little bit more important, because what starts to happen is you hear people talking about how like they tore their ACL, is it starts to put a bunch of pressure on the ACL. And like in athletes, when there's an issue on that particular spot, there's always the concern that that's going to it's going to contribute to a rupture in the ACL or like a tear. And so for most people, it's just that the knee gets unstable. Like it feels like it's going to buckle, or like when you're putting pressure down, it's like it kind of is not stable right at first. So it's almost like, you probably, I'm exaggerating it, but it's almost like the knee is like wobbling a little bit to try to like figure out what muscles to fire to balance that out. And by the time you get to the second or third step, it's like going, okay, we'll compensate by, doing these other things. And so treat that area, and that should reduce.
okay. How about helichrysum in the morning and marjoram at night, or?
That doesn't matter. You just got to keep applying it directly to those spots and then digging in, and doesn't matter the time of day, you can rotate them, but you just got to keep rubbing that spot until it goes away.
Okay,
It's going to be tender and it's going to be a little bit sore. So and it's better not to rub it like this. Use your fingers and get in, and you're like digging. Like you need to kind of like poke on it.
okay. Is that the right side of
The
that?
inside of the knee, whichever knee you're talking about, it's the inside of the knee.
Oh, thank you. Okay. I got you. How
And
interesting.
it's the inside quadricep, like as it comes down. So you're working on the front thigh muscle that is divided up into a group, but you're just working that one little section there. But that's what you're doing, is you're working part of the quadricep area.
Okay, I can do that. Thank you. And the other thing is my neighbor, who's 60, a young 60, but he ended up in the, he couldn't breathe. He had to get the, EMTs in the middle of the night. And he got to doc in a box, and they did the chest x-rays, and he has a couple of stuffed up bronchioles. So major bronchitis, and they treated him with an antibiotic and an albuterol inhaler. Would doing cinnamon or something, inhaling, help, or what would be? And he's also
So
diabetic. in his
diabetic.
swing.
So they gave him an inhaler, and is there like, if you get close to him, is there like a foul odor coming out of the mouth?
Don't know. I can find
Okay.
it.
If there's a foul odor, you want to go pretty hard on the Neoli. Give me just a second and I'll tell you what else to use on. I gotta check my notes. Um, hmm. I mean, there's a section in the class condition, not the one today, but the general one that has a big list. Honestly, I would probably use either rosemary, verbenan, or myrtle for this, unless there's a really strong odor coming from the mouth. Then I'd use Neoli. But given the age and the other health issues and everything, I think that's probably your best bet. Larch could be another one, but I'd probably keep it in that arena. The rosemary verbenan, you could actually even have them take a few drops internally. I mean, if you had some time, you could have him take some time internally just to support the body's ability to fight off, the virus or bacteria. And do we know if it's viral or bacterial?
No,
Okay. So I'd stick with those things and see how he does.
okay,
You know,
well, I
if
know,
he's-
I've got the time for sure. Should I just give him some of the red time and tell him to take 2 or 3 drops in water a couple times a day or,
Mhm.
okay. That should help ease his breathing too.
The breathing would be more the other things, but at least it would be something. Yeah.
The verbenum.
The
Okay.
rosemary verbenan would help reduce the inflammation in the respiratory tract, in the bronchioles, and the myrtle or inhaling the rosemary verbena could be very helpful. But yeah.
Okay. I may have that. I just, I'm not sure, but I know I've got the red time. So I was just going to throw it at him and say, here, do this too, because he's willing to do.
Mhm.
And his blood sugar is having mood swings and he does some insulin, sometimes not, but it's been going low. And then it'll go up. Of course, I could make him quit drinking Diet Cokes, but why should I ruin his life? Okay. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Yes.
And then go ahead, Jean, then Denise.
Hey, G.
Hi, I'm
Yeah.
a newcomer, but
Oh, hang on, sorry. I muted you on accident.
okay.
Hey.
Hi, I'm a newcomer and this is so interesting and I'm so appreciative.
Well, thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you for offering this. My question is about my 4-year-old granddaughter who started with a cold, which went into an infection, a bacterial infection that turned into cellulitis around her eye and
Oh,
very scary. And they started her on oral antibiotics and that didn't work. And she ended up several days later, this is about a month ago, in the hospital on IV antibiotics. I mean, they were hitting her with, they could get rid of it.
Yeah, no joke, especially with it being around the eyes, that's kind of
Yeah,
serious.
Very,
I
very.
mean, cellulitis is always a thing you want to address, but getting it up and around the eyes, that starts to be a little scary.
Yeah, so she was in for 2 days and got out and then was on antibiotics orally for, the regular remainder of the time, and she recovered and she's okay. But my question is, she's in nursery school and
Mhm.
she doesn't seem, I mean, I don't think she has great immunity.
Mhm.
What are there a few things, and she's very picky about what she eats.
Actually, you could do just one thing. Like, that's the thing that's the beauty with kids is we don't have to be quite as aggressive with children, even if there are serious issues. Like, you usually can keep it relatively simple, up until about the age of 7 or 8. Then you can have to be maybe a little bit more multifaceted, but both to strengthen the immune system, to help recover from the use of the antibiotics. And, like, there's a perfect example where, you need to knock that cellulitis out, especially because of the location. So they were aggressive with antibiotics, very understandable, very necessary.
Mhm.
And so you want to kind of undo the effects of that, strengthen the immune system. And usually when somebody has a little bit of a compromised immune system, the tendency is they fatigue a little bit easier. They don't quite have the energy levels. And that she's 4, you might not be able to notice that because 4-year-olds, obviously have a lot of energy, but she might not quite have the energy level that she normally would. And so there's a very particular type of thyme called thyme linalol, linalol, and it's a very effective form of thyme, but it's very soft and it is amazing for children. Like, it is amazing for children. It can treat liver issues, immune related issues, fatigue related issues, depletion related issues. And you could put it in lotion and on the body, but I would probably give her like a drop to 2 drops in some water. And you don't even have, like, if you put it in a glass of water, you don't even have to have her drink the whole glass at a time. Like, you can mix it up and then have her drink like maybe half of it. And I don't think the taste is even that bad. So a little kid usually tolerates it really well. But if it doesn't work in water, put it in juice, and just have her drink a little bit of the juice, but like at least a drop or 2 a day, but over a period of time, so like over a month to 2 months. And probably, unless there's something else going on, you probably wouldn't need more than just 1 bottle. But it's one of those things that, like, if she starts getting sick, it would be the thing you would go to treat that for her. And so, until she's about 7 or 8, that's kind of the go-to thing. And if there's respiratory related issues that come up with the depleted immune system, the thing to use on a child is Myrtle. Myrtle is soft. It's very effective in treating respiratory issues. It's very effective in reducing spasms in the diaphragm. But like with children especially, something like eucalyptus or peppermint is like too strong or too overstimulating. And so instead of improving the breath, it actually will make them breathe more shallow, and it actually will a lot of times reduce the function of the lungs. It's not so much the physiology, but they'll start taking shorter breaths, because it's too overstimulating. Where Myrtle, you put it in their face, they can take a long, slow, deep breath. It's not overstimulating. It's effective in treating that. So that might be a good like 1-2 punch. I don't think she needs the Myrtle right now for any reason. Like, it sounds like she just has a depleted immune system. But the other thing that works really well on children is just lavender. Like, lavender is not something that I would use to help build up the immunity, but You could use it as some prevention. It would help her to sleep well. It would calm her down. If she has periods where she gets a little agitated, or even stronger version of that could be Roman chamomile. And Roman chamomile is very good for like the fevers. It is supportive of the immune system and the immune response. It would reduce inflammation. And again, it's very soft for a child. I actually have even used Roman chamomile to treat like colic, and even if she's prone to like spikes in emotions and things like that, the chamomile will just a lot of times even some of that out.
And how is that delivered?
That can actually just be done topically. Like,
Oh,
like I put in a little bit of lotion and rub it on their like arms and legs and on their back. You call it good. Yeah.
Okay. And the same with the lavender, I would assume.
Yeah. Lavender, and like sometimes lavender, you could put a few drops in their bath and let them soak in the bath. And so you could kind of layer this stuff, but like in their routine, like they're going to take their bath, but they're going to do a lavender bath. And you put a little lotion on their body, it's going to be Roman chamomile lotion. And then, you know, you give them a little juice with the thyme, and you don't have to go super hard with children. So usually just like a drop is all they really need, you know, because the essential oils are very potent. They represent like big dosages of like an herbal substance. Like, for example, the rose oil, like 1 drop of rose oil, it takes 28 roses to make that drop, right? And so the things like the thyme and the chamomile, a lot of plant material went into making just that drop. And so for a child, you don't really have to go super strong with it. You can just give them a drop. And you know, interesting little side note, I've treated several cases of, you know, like when a child's born, sometimes they have jaundice or they get jaundice kind of early on. A drop of thyme, and I would just have the mom like give them a spoonful from time to time. The thyme linalool knocked it out. I mean, it improves liver function really quite substantially in a child.
Wow.
You know, an adult, you have to do other things, but for a child, they just need a nudge. You know, it's just they just need a nudge to move their physiology in a particular way, and it's a way to jumpstart certain things. Where, you know, earlier we were talking about how to use cinnamon to stimulate all the different processes in the body. Thyme linalool is kind of like that, but for a kid. You know, you don't have to use cinnamon or mint or anything like that. You can just do it with the thyme linalool.
That's great. Yeah. And that also, you talked about fevers for Roman chamomile. She spikes super high fevers. She had 106.7.
Oh my. Again, like I like the thyme linalool again for this because it's going to help with the liver function. And like anytime there's like weird fevers or what do we used to call it? Was she sick or did she just get a fever?
No, she was sick.
Okay.
And that was when that started. But she does, when she gets sick, she spikes.
She gets really high fevers.
Yeah.
Like, so let's have you do the thyme linalool and then the Roman chamomile, like, you know, just from time to time, just to improve all of that. You know, the thing that we want to watch is like, I would probably take her temperature from time to time, just randomly when she's not sick and she's just being normal, and just see if there's a little bit of a spike in her body temperature, because there's this thing that can happen. I'm trying to remember. I think we just called it like spontaneous fevers. I don't know. It's been so many years.
She gets that sometimes.
Yeah. So that in an adult, you treat that with, there's not a great essential oil to do it, but we do it with an herb called vervain, blue vervain. But for a little kid, the thyme linalool usually helps to knock that out.
Okay.
But
I mean,
it
she also just runs a hot.
Yeah, I would say, you know, it seems like a little bit counter, because thyme is usually a little bit hot, but Tylenol is really soft and it's going to improve liver function. Most likely the issue is there's a little bit of liver issue, which is kind of common in little kids. Like, sometimes they grow out of it, but sometimes little kids, their liver's not functioning like it should right off the bat. So they usually grow out of it, but if you knock it out now, you're potentially offsetting any potential issue that could happen later in life, especially like teenager or early 20s or something like that. And so, it keeps her healthier, keeps her in a better place. But the combination of the Tylenol and the Roman chamomile, very good approach, especially right off the bat. If for some reason that doesn't eradicate the tendency to have such a high fever, or if she's having like little low-grade fevers where the temperature is going up, maybe 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees or something, then there's some other things that we can do, but they start to get a little bit more expensive, because the oils would be a little bit more expensive for that. I like the Tylenol and the Roman chamomile. They're not costly. They're not whatever. You can go crazy with them, and it would be fine. And it hits a lot of different things.
Excellent.
Yeah, so I would start with that, and then if it doesn't resolve, we can go stronger. But let's just start with this.
Okay.
It's very common to have to jumpstart a child's liver. Like it's very, very, very common.
Okay. That's
Yeah, I wouldn't read a lot into that, by the way. Like it's just the liver is just, it's on its own time cycle, kind of. So you're just bringing it up to speed.
That's great. All right. Well, thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
And she brings in a good point, though. New students here taking oils internal, the difference of types of oils they should be getting.
Oh, yeah. So a lot of times when we're talking about, I'm talking about the oils that we put forward, but there's other companies that also make genuine oils, but not all essential oils are genuine, right? A lot of times they're adulterated or they're fragrances. And so you want to make sure that the oil is a genuine oil. And the issue also being that, say you go to the health food store, most likely whatever you buy there, most times it's been adulterated or it's not the highest quality.
I'll get it from you guys.
Yeah. This is more just like for general for people, like the thing like on essential oils, like if for it to say like 100% pure, a lot of times all it really needs to have is 5% of genuine material for it to be called like pure. And so the industry tries to self-regulate, like calling things like genuine or therapeutic grade. Like sometimes I think there's a couple companies that say food grade. But even food grade gets a little bit weird because I think there was a couple of companies that just had the certificate from the health department, for manufacturing. And so that made it like food grade, but they were still selling basically synthetic oils. And so not all essential oils are the same. And so like I'd stay away from things in the health food store, and make sure that sometimes even the company, like the person putting it forth, sometimes that even they don't know. Like you really have to have things like tested, and there's this whole boring side of what we do where I have to look at like tests and reports and make sure things are not adulterated. And if there's a doubt, I send them off to a lab. And there's certain areas of the world, there's two areas where I don't even trust myself buying from like India and Egypt, because they're very good at adulterating things. So I hire somebody who specializes in just finding genuine things in those two countries. And so yeah, just make sure that it's genuine, because if you're using synthetic, for one, you're not going to get the therapeutic effect, and most times it's kind of hard on the liver. And so, but something like thyme linalool, not something that usually people are going to adulterate. Roman chamomile, that could be a bit of an adulteration, but thyme linalool, it's on nobody's radar. Like it's not, it's usually the big sellers or the mainstream sellers. Citruses can be adulterated quite often, things that are expensive. And then even things like rosemary or cedar, not super expensive, but rosemary has been so adulterated over the years that there's probably only a few people in the world that can say this is a genuine rosemary, because there's been so many variations and chemotypes that people don't know what to look at. Like they don't know what real rosemary looks at. And, speaking with a friend of mine, there's a biochemist that, specializes in essential oils, because like in Europe, they have a lot more training for this kind of thing. He said probably the closest thing to like genuine rosemary, like of the old days, is what we call rosemary verbenin. Like the verbenin is probably what we would call rosemary. But now we have different versions, and they do different things. And so, the hybrids and things like that still have therapeutic applications, but we just got to keep them in mind when we're going through and treating things. If you're treating imbalances in the body or a liver issue, you go more rosemary verbenin rather than just regular rosemary. And so, but circulation wise, like for the arthritis, regular rosemary is not only is it just fine, it probably works even a little bit better. And so the different chemotypes actually do slightly different things. Because like here we're talking about thyme, and then thyme linalool and geranol and thuyonol, there's these different types. They're different chemotypes, or sometimes they're a slightly different plant, or like a hybrid, but a lot of times they're just a different chemotype. And so it just means the chemistry is a little different because of where it grew or how it adapted to the environment, or sometimes what's been planted around it will change the chemotype. So.
Yeah, thank you for that. And then go ahead, Denise, then David.
Hey, Denise.
Let's get you unmuted, Denise.
Did I unmute?
Perfect.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for doing this.
Hey.
Okay, how about long-term stress? What could I use for long-term stress?
Is it like just like fatigue, work, or is it like emotional stress? Like what do we?
I'd say more, I guess if I had to put it, it's probably both, but
Okay.
emotional would be probably stronger, and then then would be the work part.
Okay, and what's fatigue levels, and how's that manifesting in your body?
It just tends to really loop me back to lowering my immune a lot.
Okay.
And does that make sense?
Yeah. And is there issues with
And
procrastination?
sleep, no sleep,
No sleep. And what about procrastination? Are you procrastinating a lot?
Yes.
Okay, so like procrastination a lot of times is the byproduct of accumulated stress over a period of time. And so we almost kind of look at like what level or degree is, if there's procrastination present, and then how bad is it? And it's very mechanical. Like, you just don't have the juice in your legs to do another lap around the park, so to speak. You know what I mean? And so a lot of times what happens is like, I'll do it tomorrow, which is like an unconscious way of like, I'll do it tomorrow because either I don't want to do it right now, or I don't have the energy to do it right now, right? And so is there any autoimmune issue that you're aware of, or?
I don't know, that's hard to say. I did like have, you know, gosh, mononucleosis when I was younger. And I had, oh gosh, no, I'm not going to remember what it is. That's part of the deal is lately I've been just forgetting so much.
Yeah, that's probably the fatigue. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it could be lymphatic function. So this is what I would say is again, we want to I would do several processes that we'll be talking about through the day, but I would go back to the cinnamon, and I would use it in the morning and early afternoon, long, slow, deep breaths. And, you know, if you want to put a couple drops in water or in your coffee or something like that, you can do that. But over a period of time, you could also augment that with one of the softer forms of thyme, like the thyme thuyonol, geranol, even the thyme linalool. You know, that would be something that you could, again, take a few drops in water, you know, at some point during the day. It doesn't have to be morning. And you're basically kind of building up your immunity again and strengthening the body, like reducing the fatigue. And because like the prolonged periods of stress, and the reason why the procrastination is basically fatigue, you know, it's a manifestation of fatigue. And so sometimes the fatigue's in a particular system, sometimes it's in the emotional body, the mental body, could be the whole body, you know, but basically we want to unwind those effects. And so cinnamon is very good about offsetting the prolonged exposure to stress, you know, be it from other people, because sometimes that's the issue too, is you might not be stressed, but you're around people who are stressed, or you're in an office that's stressed, or you just have a lot of changes happening. Like, you know, there's all variations of this. And so emotionally and mentally, you could be fine, but your body is having a lot of responses to the stress that eventually affects the emotions in the mind. And so I would use those things during the day. And then at nighttime, I would actually use, I mean, you have several choices. The one, you could use tarragon, and tarragon and marjoram would be the two that I would probably use at night. And here's the rationale, is that at night, you go from being active to wanting to slip into rest and repair. And so what happens sometimes when it's time to lay down and go to sleep is you've been in not just fight flight, but just in activity mode. But you're dealing with a part of your nervous system called the autonomic nervous system, or the involuntary part of your nervous system. So it's the part of your nervous system that you don't think about that runs a bunch of processes in your body, right? And so there's the part of fight, flight, or activity, and then rest and repair. And they kind of balance each other. And so you could say in a way that the tone in each one, like how much, how toned they are, allows them to slip in and out of, like, okay, when you're in fight flight, the rest and repair mode diminishes, but when it's time to rest, it's got the strength to then diminish the fight flight or the activity component and go into rest and repair mode. And so you know, when you're in that activity mode, and then it comes the end of the day and you can't go into a deeper level of sleep, a lot of times what happens is the activity mode has way more tone than the rest and repair mode. And so when it comes to rest and repair mode, that part of your nervous system that does with activity, they're like, no, not going to happen. I'm still the boss, right? And so with going through and using marjoram or tarragon, for one, they're both relaxing. They're very soothing. Tarragon is going to be a little bit better, like if the day was a bit emotional and you were dealing with like frustration or there was little incidences, or you just whatever it is, it's very, very soothing. I mean, I use it sometimes just because it's so soothing, right? And then marjoram still will work. I mean, they both work well, but it has a bit more of like relaxing the body. It still transmutes some things, but it's a little bit more physically oriented, right? And so, I mean, you can use them both as well, but basically what happens is like the marjoram helps, like even if you just do inhalations, like 20-25 long, slow, deep inhalations in through the nose, out through the mouth, it literally pulls you out of that action or fight flight mode and starts to tone the vagus nerve, which is a nerve that comes out like the back of your head and goes into the heart and the lungs and then down into your gut. And it's tied to parasympathetic activity or rest and repair mode. Like that's a better way of saying it. And so it actually tones that up. And it's a way to relax the body and tone that part of the rest and repair mode and allow you to go into the sleep mode. So it pulls you out of the fight, flight, or activity and stimulates the rest and repair mode. Tarragon does that as well. Tarragon is very balancing to it's the parasympathetic part of the nervous system, but it's the rest and repair mode. And so that's why, like, if say some really crazy thing happened and there's like a little bit of shock, if you inhale tarragon, it pulls you right out of the shock because of what it does to the rest and repair mode. And so I would strengthen yourself during the day, but I would really double down on not just trying to relax at night, but like you're trying to relax by toning that part of the nervous system to allow you to rest. And then because that becomes stronger, it actually reduces the stress during the day. Like part of like when we get like super stressed out, it's not even that like, oh, it's the reaction of what's happening. It's that you're not able to sleep as well at night. You're not able to be in rest and repair mode. And so the level or degree that is not working means that the fight, flight, and activity part goes up because they're balancing each other, right? So if you can strengthen that, then even when you get stressed out, it's not as strong, right? So then the other benefit of doing this is one of the ways to help regulate this mechanism is just how you breathe the oils, how you like inhale through your nose and breathe out through your mouth. You're basically kind of breathing in and you're doing what you would call abdominal breathing, which as you inhale, the abdomen expands, and then as you exhale, it kind of compresses a little bit, so you're breathing not just in your chest, you're taking it all the way down. It's not going into your abdomen, but your abdomen is a reflection of that movement. Just that breath will actually help to tone the rest and repair mode of that part of the nervous system and temper the stress response or that fight flight response. And so that usually takes about 30 days for that to really kind of kick in. But even if you were just to like say, forget the oils, let's just do the breath, eventually what would happen is that within about 30 days, you would see the stress and go, oh, I'm stressed out. This is usually super upsetting. It's still upsetting, but I'm not upset like I used to be. Like it's still a thing, because usually you're dealing with stuff that's difficult, but you're trying to temper your responses, right? So then there's one more factor that you'd like to look at with this is part of like when we get stuck in really strong like activity mode or rest and repair and are not in rest and repair, I should say, is that you can also have some bronchial spasms, which are just, the bronchioles in the respiratory tract are contracted. And so the way to check this, I mean, you can check it or you can just treat it, and you don't even have to use an oil for this. But so, like, to check the bronchioles, this is what you do. You go, okay, empty out your lungs, and then go, okay, I'm gonna take a long, slow, deep breath in through my nose. And then you hold your breath for a minute, and then you want to exhale even slower than you inhaled, right? Now, if you have bronchial spasms, what happens is instead of going, you'll go like this. Okay, now exhale, long, slow exhalation, and then you go, like
Yeah.
it's just done, right? Or it's like, it's not smooth, right? That's because the bronchioles are in spasm and you can't control the exhalation, right? So it does a thing. And it's just like if your hand was cramped and the fingers were curled up, like you could get them to do one thing, but they're going to just go back to that cramp, right? And so the same thing happens in the respiratory tract. So there's this thing called pursed lip breathing. And, you can use it with oils, like things like hyssop and myrtle, Sitka. All of these things will reduce spasms in the bronchioles, but you can also just do this breath, or you can augment the oils to do this. But basically you go like this. You inhale through your nose, and then you hold your breath for a second, and then you tighten up all your lip, but you leave a little tiny hole, like right in the middle, where like you're trying to push air out, like through a little tiny straw, like, those like cocktail straws that are really more for stirring, but they're still hollow. It's like you're trying to blow out through that little tiny straw, but as hard as you can. So you go, and then where you're really having to push the air out through your lips. And by going through and doing this, you're actually manually opening up your bronchioles. And as soon as you open up your bronchioles, one of the things that can throw the nervous system off is like a shallow breath, right? Or the bronchioles being in spasm. And so the bronchioles can go in spasm for all kinds of things. It can be because of an illness, coughing, fatigue, but one of the big things it can go into spasms for is physical pain or like emotional pain. So like if you're dealing with something that's like, I'm past my threshold, I'm so stressed out, I'm so tired, or this is so upsetting, it actually will start to throw the bronchioles into spasm, right? And because it's the body is trying to not let in the situation that's upsetting, so it does it by making the breath shallow, right? It's trying to protect the physiology, right? So from time to time, I would go through, and I'm going to run everybody through it right now just so we can practice and you can make sure that you have it. But I would, like, once or twice a week, just sit down. It takes like 5 minutes. I'd fire this off just so that you keep your bronchioles in a pretty good state. And so again, let's inhale, like everybody together, and then purse your lips, make them really tight, and then force the air out. Like really, really force the air out. And then once the lungs are empty, inhale again, and you're going to repeat the process. And then again, I'm going to force it out. And then just be still for a second. Just let it incubate. You could probably just close your eyes and just let your body kind of go in a little bit more of a relaxed state.
It helps. It helps.
And then we're going to do it again. We're going to do it like another 3 cycles. So I usually have people do like 6 to 8 cycles. So inhale again, and then again, force the air out with the pursed lip breathing. And then inhale again. Hold your breath for a second, and then force it out again. And then one more time. And then just be still for a second. And did that help your breath?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So like you could do it every day for a little bit. I mean, you could do it multiple times in a day. It's just sitting down and doing it. But like, I think the combination of what we talked about, it should unwind a bunch of your stress. Like it should unwind a bunch of it. I mean, even just the breathing technique that we just did is going to change how you respond to the stressful stimuli. But then going through and unwinding the long-term effects of it and then improving your sleep, it doesn't make the stress in the, whatever's going on go away, but how you react and how you handle it and just having the strength to handle it, that will change, which then can eventually change the environmental stressful stimuli.
Oh, you explained it excellent. Just absolutely excellent. It all made so much sense.
Well, good.
I have
And for some
one-
reason, if you're not responding to some part of it, let us know and we can, this is like a very good, like straightforward way, but sometimes there's little weird things that pop up where we might need to address it or something like that. But this should knock it out. But if for some reason it doesn't, let us know and we can take it to the next step.
Excellent. Thank you. Can I
Yes,
just
sure.
ask you about the mind? I did order some and I know it's on its way. It's
Mhm.
how would I use that product?
The best way, like I would just do like long, slow inhalations, and from time to time I would put like a little drop like here in the thumb webs,
Oh, wonderful.
like thumb webs or on the temples.
Thank you. That's excellent. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Enjoy that.
Oh,
Yeah, like when I bottled it, I was like, I said to Samantha, I was like, I think we're both getting a new bottle of the mind thing because I couldn't find mine. So I just bottled it probably for you, and I think a couple other people got it, and so we got fresh bottles ourselves.
well, happy holidays. You're starting me off in a wonderful space.
Oh, good,
Thank you so
good.
much.
And then somebody did ask, is it even better to use an oil with that breath?
I would, so good question. Like I would actually do the pursed lip breathing just by itself, but then in between I would do like hyssop, larch, myrtle, Sitka. Frankincense would kind of work. Anula would be good. Even Ami Visnaga, which Anula and Ami Visnaga are probably not in most of your guys's arsenal, but they're very good for reducing spasms in the respiratory tract, especially the diaphragm and the bronchioles and things. And so Anula usually gets used more for the reduction of mucus, and Ami Visnaga more for just like contractions in the bronchioles. And so do the pursed lip breathing, and then as you're sitting and being still, then just take a few moments and just inhale the oil and then let it go, and then do another cycle of the pursed lip breathing. That is a way to use the oils to augment the process.
Oh, excellent.
Someone said I'm breathless after the pursed lip breathing. I don't quite know.
I'm not sure what that means.
Me neither.
Like breathless, like you're having a hard time getting your breath.
Yeah, it's just,
Yeah, it's just, I feel it in my chest and I feel a little breathless, like I ran upstairs or something.
And you did all 6?
Yeah.
Probably like the next time you probably have a little bit of an issue there, but maybe don't do as many, like maybe only do 2 or 3 and try treating a little bit with the oils first. It could have been a little bit of the strain, how you have to push out. Sometimes when there's a lot of spasms, it can make it, doesn't happen often, but it can make it where it's a little too intense. And also what's happening when you do that is you're basically like discharging the energy of stress from the system. And so some of it might be a little bit of that as well. Like any history of asthma or anything like that?
No, but this is Tracy, by the way, like.
Tracy, which Tracy from here?
So, I had COVID and, I've had several bouts of, respiratory stuff, but I'm feeling that has not been an issue lately, but I've had a lot of stress because Brian had surgery and he's recovering and he's doing really well, but it's very stressful on me. But the weird thing about this breathing is I can breathe out for a very long time, because I've done it for so long. I can breathe out for a very, very, very long time and I can hold a lot of air in. So I might be doing it too forcefully, maybe.
And so you can breathe out for a long time. How about breathing in? Are you having issues with breathing in?
No.
And do you ever have pressure on your sternum?
Sometimes when there's stress, like when, and I tell you, I went and had acupuncture and there's a acupuncture point right in between my breasts. And that, when she put it in the other day, it was so painful and I could feel it like spreading out.
Give me just a second first. Give me just a second. I'd focus a bit more on Ami Visnaga or Hyssop decumbens.
Okay.
And inhale that. Maybe take some quercetin as well, just in case you have kind of allergy stuff happen for you from time to time, yeah?
Yeah.
You might have like early stages of like allergic asthma. Like, your respiratory tract it's it can happen for a lot of different reasons, but a big one is, allergic responses. And so to augment that, I would take quercetin 2 or 3 times a day. That will knock it out. I mean, honestly, if you take 3 capsules, like 3 times a day, within 30 days, your breath will probably be different. In really severe cases with asthma, like I'm not saying you have asthma, but like you might have, like you're starting to, it's starting to go down that road a little bit.
Would trauma present like this too? Because I've also had,
trauma could, yeah, sure, trauma could, yeah.
I had a traumatic event about last weekend, so. That kind of kicked me into
I would still do the quercetin. Like you could take it up to like 6 times a day. Like I mean, in severe cases, I even have them do it more, but just for like a day or 2. But three capsules 3 times a day, and then like the Hyssop decumbens or the Ami Visnaga, that should be enough. And the traumatic event, go back to working the helichrysum, because helichrysum will help you release the trauma, but it also helps you like emotionally, mentally get past the traumatic event. And I think it actually even helps you physiologically get past the traumatic event. But when I look at the data, like they definitely will have studied it, what the effects on the emotions and the mind. But I would say even the physiology shifts past it.
Inhalation.
Yeah, inhalation. I don't know that you need to do anything different. I mean, you could do in really severe cases, you could put several drops and like some lotion and rub it on the chest. And sometimes what I've had people do is inhale the helichrysum, but put like 5-6 drops of spikenard in some lotion and then rub it on the chest and then keep inhaling the helichrysum, because it relaxes the muscles and it relaxes what you would call contractures, which is there's no neurological reason for that to be happening. So then it comes down to like there's a body alignment issue, there is like an emotional component, a traumatic component. And so spikenard works really good for that. And it also will slow down the breath, which allows it to deepen a bit more. And so I would do that combination.
Could I use spikenard extra or?
I would do just plain spikenard.
Okay.
Yeah.
How much?
Like about 6 drops in lotion and then just rub it to the chest.
Great, thank you.
If you didn't have that, the thing that you could use as a replacement would be a Lang Lang.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So appreciate this.
Yeah, my pleasure.
And then go ahead, David.
Hey, David.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi. Oh, here. Gotta turn my camera on. There I am. So thank you so much for doing this. I so appreciate it. And
Oh, my pleasure.
oh my gosh, I took the class, the weekend class, without knowing anything about you guys.
Oh.
I didn't know anything other than Fabi said, I said, okay, I'm in. So appreciative. So
Oh, my pleasure.
yeah, so cool. And I had the feeling that you had this kind of depth, but I didn't know, and seeing it is so cool.
Oh, thank you. I'm just old. That's what it is. I have a lot of experience because I'm just been around for a
do
while.
That's teaching us well. You have tremendous depth, and you have the ability, and you applied it. So I don't think you should brush that off. I don't think you're teaching for us. But anyway, I'm so grateful. I'm having, and I want to just review this so everyone hears it too, because I'm having great success with an inflamed part of my body that has responded very well during the weekend. As it shrunk 30%, and I think it's continuing to shrink. I can feel it like every weekend. So I'm going to wait to get it measured. I can have it measured. So that's wonderful. And what I'm doing is I'm doing the last series, the Essence series. Doing it 6 to 8 inhalations. I'm looking at my notes, 6 to 8 inhalations and only like 2 to 3 rounds.
Okay.
Doing a lot. I'm just doing a little, and it's really working. And I'm putting the spikenard on my feet. Sleep is being transformed. I mean,
oh, good.
So much better. So I'm getting a lot of really wonderful successes.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I bought this is not my question, but I bought the chakra root cleanser, cleansing. Carrie said she loves it, and I didn't know how I can combine it, but and you can answer that. My real question is, I've had arthritic knees all my life. My family's had them. And as a kid, I used to just put my hands on my knees and run energy through them.
Sure.
I was doing it and heat them up. And now I'm using a heating pad, which I know is not great, but chocolate and coffee makes it worse. It aggravates it.
Okay.
And I've tried different herbs. I've tried DMSO, helps a little bit, but I'm not sure how good that is for me. But I wondered what I could use for oils and what you recommend.
So have you had them x-rayed, or do we know, is it bone on bone, or is it just like they're swelling? Is the capsule, do we know
I've
what's going on?
Done no traditional medicine with.
Okay, that's okay. So let's go back to the chocolate root cleanser. Like, so chocolate root cleanser does a lot of different things. It cleans up a layer of the energy body. It helps expel energy out of the roots of the chakras. It is very purifying to the unconscious, but it also, throwing all that aside, it's a lymphatic stimulant. And so when you're looking at issues in the knees and the hips, there's potential for issues like this because they're weight-bearing joints. The spine too, but there's more weight on the hips and knees than on the spine. And you have a bunch of little joints there where you have these two big joints. And so I would say you could, if your skin can tolerate it, you could even put it on like neat, but I'd hit like the front, the sides, and a little bit on the back on each, or you could put in a little bit of lotion and rub it on that area. But then is there swelling in the knees, or they're just achy?
I don't think so. They just hurt, and they
Okay.
hurt when
So
there's
the-
moisture in here.
The first thing that I would do is I would actually probably treat it with like a version of this. I have a blend, but like you could, it's what we were talking about before, that joint relief blend. You can put that on there, or if you mix rosemary, cedar, and like pine, like if you're gonna use pine, I'd use Sylvester pine, just because Sylvester pine actually helps the body like stimulate the production of cortisone, which is good for situations like this. And so it doesn't have cortisone in it. It's just, it stimulates your body to produce it. And so, or if you want to, instead of the pine, you can put in juniper, right? And so that combination, because anytime you have like an arthritic area, like if you take your finger like so and you pinch it, like here below this joint, and you pinch it, like within a couple of hours, this joint will start to become pre-arthritic, because that tension doesn't allow the blood to go up to that joint, and the cartilage in between the two joints, it doesn't have its own blood supply. So it's depending on blood in the area to keep it hydrated. And so what happens is, with that tension like this, it's potentially dehydrating, right? And so when it starts to dehydrate, it starts to break down. And so it doesn't mean like, oh, I've got arthritis now, but it's just like the cartilage is starting to dehydrate, which is, it's literally starting to get into the phase where it's going to start breaking down. And so with that, you want to keep the lymph moving, which the chocolate root cleanser will treat it both energetically and physically with lymphatic function. And then put the joint relief on, and I would actually put it in lotion or like a massage oil, because the thing with that is, like if you just put it on like directly, it'll go into the area, but it will also hit the bloodstream and then kind of spread out. Where here you're wanting to keep it very super localized. You want it to stay where you're putting it. So when you put essential oils in, like a massage oil or a lotion, you're mixing them all up. The massage oil or the lotion don't penetrate as well as the essential oil. So, and they're mixed. So when you put it on that area, it absorbs into the skin, but it only kind of goes so far because the molecules are so much bigger, right? So what happens is, then over a period of time, the massage oil and the essential oil kind of separate, and it just kind of keeps dripping into that joint, right? Or wherever you put it. And so it's a way of localizing the essential oil to an area, and it's almost like a time release for that area. And so by applying that on a regular basis, that should reduce some of those symptoms, because the reason why heat is feeling good is you're basically just increasing blood flow to the area. And so this would be a different way of getting blood to go to that area. And so you're reducing spasms, right, by using the blend. You're reducing spasms, and then you're increasing lymphatic movement. And if you wanted, you could always use something like the lovage to clean it up. But I suspect you probably have more of us getting blood to the area rather than it needing to be cleaned up a bit. But the lovage, like body tonic or the lovage oil in a different carrier applied to the area, does clean up the tissue. But I would be curious just to see what the chocolate root cleanser and then the joint relief together would do to that. A lot of times that combination works really well. And then if we want to start going more to the anti-inflammatory component, again, German chamomile does work really well, especially if it needs to disperse like fluid retention, or if that capsule, the joint capsule is irritated. But a lot of times, even that Arthricare blend, it has lovage in it already, and it also has a lot of Eucalyptus citrodora, which is the one that's good for reducing inflammation in joints and in tendons. And, that's the thing that we don't really think about too much with arthritis. We just think like, oh, the joint's compromised. But a lot of times what happens with arthritic conditions is it can produce a type of like tendonitis, but there's also this thing called tenosynovitis. And it's kind of similar to tendonitis, but it's the tendon is inflamed as well as the bursa sac. And then the bursa sac is how the joint or the tendon and sheath, like how it lubricates that tendon to move in the sheath. And with tenosynovitis, that bursa sac is not lubricating that tendon and sheath like it should. And so you start getting these little like irritants coming out of the tendon and sheath that then exaggerate the arthritis. Like, it's not just that there's something in the joint. You look at like, okay, what are the effects? The effects are poor lymphatic movement, and then there's like spasms, and then there's blood supply. But we also want to look at the lubrication between the tendon and sheath, and that Arthricare actually helps to reduce that tendency because of the Eucalyptus citrodora and then the lovage kind of cleaning that up. So it reduces the deposits, but it also helps fortify the tendency of the tendon and sheath to move with each other. And if you feel that is a big issue, one of the ways that you can supplement that that's not an essential oil is to take flax oil. Flax oil is very good for the bursa sacs, and it's very good for lubricating tendons and sheaths. And so, I used to travel with like cycling teams used to hire me for like big events, when they'd race like, 5, 7, 10 days at a time. And, I'd come with some supplies. And one of them is I always came with like either flax oil or flax seed. And everybody I was working on, I just force fed them flax oil through that whole event, because they're going to have tendon and sheath issues from all the exercise that they're doing. And so it was like, you guys can do whatever you want, but on my watch, we're going to reduce this lubrication issue in the joint so that, whatever's going to happen. And I mean, it's like magic. I mean, it really, if there's a tendon and sheath issue, which endurance athletes are very prone to, but the general public, we really don't think about it unless it's like an arthritic condition. But even with arthritis, most people don't really address that issue. They're just trying to minimize the pain, or if there's swelling or deposits. But tendonitis or tenosynovitis is actually a big piece of this. And so giving like what you described, I suspect there's a little bit of that.
How much flaxseed oil would you?
I would just like they're like kind of big gel caps.
Yeah.
I would just take one gel cap a day. I mean, it doesn't have to, like, if you buy the liquid flax oil, it goes bad kind of fast. Like, you have to keep it in the refrigerator, and it doesn't have a long shelf life. So if you get to take it for a couple of weeks, you probably won't even use up the bottle before you have to throw it away. And so I would get capsules, or you know what we used to do is I used to just, because it's cheap, I just buy a big thing of flax seeds. And I'd take a spoonful and put it in my mouth, and you don't chew because it's going to get stuck in all your teeth. And then you just drink a glass of water and just wash them down like you would vitamins.
Oh, really?
And it turns into the gelatine-y kind of stuff and does the same thing at a fraction of the cost.
Oh, cool. I'll do that. I'll do that. Okay, cool. So should I use the Arthrocare, or should I?
I would probably, I would do. You already have chocolate root cleanser, so I'd start throwing that on, today. And then I would do the joint relief, but I mean, you might want to rotate the joint relief and the Arthrocare, but it might resolve itself with just the chocolate root cleanser, the joint relief. But if it's still needing a little something, then jump to the Arthrocare.
Okay. And then you said an oil. Could I just use olive oil as like?
Yeah, olive oil. Any sort of massage oil. The thing with the difference between the oils that we cook with versus the like massage oils and things, it's the same stuff. It's just that when we cook with it, they don't filter it as much, so it leaves a bunch of particles in there, and it's what gives it flavor, right? And when you use like a cosmetic grade oil, they've filtered out all those particles so that, potentially it doesn't get into the pores and things. But with olive oil doesn't really have that issue. Like when they filter it, they a lot of times don't even really filter olive oil for cosmetic grade. They use because there'll be different pressings of the olive oil. And so, extra virgin is like the first press, and then there's another press, and then there's another press. The last pressing is called, it's either like pomade or pomace, something like that. And it basically is the olive oil that has no scent. The only difference is it's just like the end of the pressing. And so the olive oil doesn't really have the issues of like the particles in it, like sesame oil. Like if you get food grade, it still works fine, but it's a little extra stinky, and you have the potential for pores to get clogged because of the debris that's still in it. And so, I mean, sesame oil, has quite the scent. And so even when it's been heavily filtered, it can have a bit of a scent. And so olive oil is a really safe choice just to walk into the kitchen and grab something.
I also have massage oils. I have all kinds.
Yeah, any of that will work. But olive oil works fine. I'm a super huge fan of olive oil.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Many blessings.
Good to hear from you again.
Thank you. Many blessings to both of you.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
You too.
And then go ahead, Sonia, and then we'll get into these chat questions for you guys.
To the person that was just speaking, so he said his arthritis is a family kind of condition. Very often that's due to a reaction to wheat, barley, and rye, and the chemical in it that makes it rise. And it used to be that chemical was very low, but then they've made strains that have higher amounts of it to make the bread rise. But that chemical can cause arthritis in a lot of people. So he can try that. It struck me particularly since it's a family thing. They may have a reaction to that.
Yeah, true.
And then it's kind of perfect timing because these ones go back to when you were talking to Chris about the finger, the man with arthritic type fingers. Someone's wondering, could this work for trigger finger?
So trigger finger, like just so we're all on the same page. So trigger finger is like, it usually happens mostly in the ring finger, although I've actually developed ring finger one time in my thumb. But basically what happens is it goes down like this on locks, and then you can't make it go up. Like it just stays like kind of in that place. So you have to manually open it up, and even then sometimes it'll go right back down. So what that is that is crystalline deposits on the tendon where the tendon is entering the sheath. So again, going back to, you take the arthric hair or you take lovage, Eucalyptus citrodora, or I like to do the combination for really hardcore tendonitis, Eucalyptus citrodora with helichrysum in equal amounts, and then in a lotion, and then rub it in on the areas, and then dig your thumb in and find the sore spots. It's usually about mid forearm, like it's about like this, like right in there. So you dig around and either use your thumb, like the fingertip, or the thumb tip, or your fingertips, and really dig in there. Like rubbing like this isn't going to get it. You have to kind of get in and think of it like this, is like when you rub, like it does increase circulation, it does stimulate like lymphatic movement, but when you compress and then release, or you compress, move around, and then release, what you're doing is, by the compression, you're re-educating how the nerve fires in that area, but you're also opening up the fascia, like the connective tissue, the tissue that's around the muscles. And so sometimes that stuff has accumulated because the connective tissue around the muscle has been so tight that it doesn't allow for proper blood movement to happen in the area. And it's so restricted that it just keeps pushing all the old stagnant blood and the things that should be picked up by the lymphatic system. It just keeps kind of like pushing it into the muscle and tendon. And so then it accumulates. So by getting in and going, like, you push in and then you kind of rub it around, like, but with your fingertips, like you're kind of digging, and it's not sliding, right? You're not like sliding it. You get in and you move as far as you can without moving from the surface. You're moving the tissue below the surface, but your finger is not sliding on the skin. And then you keep rubbing in the oil, and then like rub some more in, and then get in, and then just kind of dig around the best that you can. And if your fingers slide, it's okay, but you really want to kind of get in and find some of those sore spots. But it's usually about mid forearm is where it's at. Like you can even notice, like you'll get on it and it will make the finger jump a little bit sometimes.
Okay.
How about this? Let's take just a few minute break. Let's, I know we're getting close to noon, but let's take a 15-minute break and we'll come back. We'll do a little bit more before lunch. And so I'll see you at 10 after.
And I'll read these next questions for them, guys.
Yeah, we'll hit the questions right when we come back. Hey, everybody, come on back. We're going to continue with our process. And I think we still have some questions that are on the chat. So we're going to answer those. And
yeah, perfect. So again, same time with the arthritic stuff. And I think you kind of already answered this, but with that, the joint relief or that mix with the rosemary, cedar, and juniper pine, would you always prepare these in a carrier oil or lotion?
Yeah, it's actually, I mean, you could do alcohol as well, but I would do it in a carrier oil just because you want it to linger in that area and not just hit the bloodstream and go other places. And so I usually put it in an ointment, so like a massage oil, like sesame oil. And in this particular case, you could use any sort of carrier, but different carrier oils do different things. And the thing that's kind of nice about sesame oil is it also stimulates lymphatic function. And so, you know, you're kind of hitting two things with one application. And so, yeah.
Nice. If fingers are misaligned, would you do anything different?
No, you still do the same thing. It's just that like you can just see that's a little bit more progressed. So I would say do it probably a good twice. I mean, you do it multiple times in a day, but at least twice a day, you know, like morning and night or something.
And you talked about neck, shoulders impacting arthritis in the hand.
No, like the reason I brought up neck shoulders, I think it was with Ralph, was that he had exercise and that sometimes, you know, that's why I was asking, was there misalignments in the fingers and things like that, is that sometimes it feels like arthritis, but it's actually an issue coming up. Like, for example, I have a herniated disc in the neck and then had blown out a socket shoulder. And so most times my hand's fine, but every once in a while I'll wake up and the hand's a little puffy and there starts to be a little numbness in the fingertips and everything. And it's not a hand issue, it's actually a shoulder issue. So if I treat the hand, I find temporary relief, but if I go through and I treat the shoulder, it goes away. Yeah.
And then what would you do to treat that?
So that you would treat like you would like a pain syndrome. So you could use things that are antispasmodic like Mardrum, Basil, Patagrin, you know, the antispasmodic blends. Or you could use pain-oriented blends. There, I would probably go pain. You know, there's pain relief, but then there's all these different versions, right? So the pain relief, antispasmodic, or I would use probably birch complex, like up on the neck and shoulder, to go through and treat that. And that would unwind a lot of that and then reduce the pain and unwind the tension. Wintergreen, which is in the birch complex, the wintergreen is very good for unwinding really chronic spasms in the body. Like Mardrum's antispasmodic, wintergreen is antispasmodic, but specifically for really chronic areas that have been in spasm for long periods of time. You know, sometimes the body tenses up and cramps up, and it's doing it to protect a joint, and it just won't let it go. And so wintergreen's actually quite good for that.
And now, did you mention vetiver as well? Would vetiver work?
Vetiver, I mean, it could. If I was to do anything with that, I'd probably put vetiver along the base of the skull, just to loosen up this like big plane of soft tissue called the nuchal ligament. I would use it for that. I mean, it wouldn't hurt on the area. It might not be the most effective, but I mean, it is relaxing. It is an antispasmodic. It does stimulate some immune-oriented responses, but vetiver tends to work a little bit more on contractures rather than like a spasm. And it sounds like I'm splitting hairs, but a spasm has like a neurological reason or a circulatory reason why it's there, where a contracture is usually like misalignments or an emotional component or something along that lines. And so there's like a clamping down of the tissue, but it's not necessarily because of a disc or because of, you know, an injury. I mean, it's helpful, but other things are usually a little bit more effective.
You mentioned to somebody to use Gudikola. Where do you get yours?
Amazon. I just go to Amazon and buy one of the, I don't think we buy Gaia for that. I think there's a Ayurvedic company that we buy it from.
I do want to let you guys know we are planning to start like making links so you can have access to the ones that Greg recommends the most.
Yeah, that way we kind of do the research for you. And then, you know, because the thing with herbs is sometimes things are on the shelf for a long period of time, or Like with herbs, a lot of times it's old. If it's a tincture, sometimes they didn't put enough material into the alcohol. So we're going through and we're sourcing a bunch of things and trying it to make sure that it's as potent as can be. But like we got a batch of Golden Seal a while ago, and we were taking it, and it was like it was doing nothing. And so I started looking at it and scanning it, and I was like, yeah, it's too old. Like it just had lost some of its vitality. And so we got a different brand and worked like Golden Seal was supposed to work. And so, you know, we were talking, and I was like, you know, maybe we should just create like links so that when we say it, you can go right to what it is, and you don't have to figure out if it's potent or not, or, you know, because potencies a lot of times with herbs are just more that it's age related. So.
And just to clarify, you said the Gouda Cola was a vein tonic?
Yeah, it's a venous tonic.
Venous tonic.
Yeah. Vein or venous. Yeah.
Perfect. Someone asked if they get something like the children's kit, if it comes with protocol. I just want to let you know, yes, and any of the kits that we have on the site, if you order them, they come with the protocols.
Yeah.
And if you happen to not get the protocol when you purchase it, just email me and I will get that to you. Okay. Is there a cedar that is best for joint relief blend?
Any of them work actually. I would probably not do like the Taiwanese. It would still work, but it's a really super fancy cedar and just doesn't make a lot of sense to do it, spend extra money for something. Any of the cedars will work. So just get like Atlas cedar, Virginia cedar, the blood cedar. You know, we have a bunch of different cedars. The Himalayan would work as well, but again, it's just like whatever you have preference. You know, in the old days, like if you look in the Old Testament, like the Bible and the older writings in the Jewish tradition, they talk about Lebanese cedar or the cedars from Lebanon. And, you know, that stuff's not really around anymore, but the closest thing to it is Atlas cedar. So Atlas is usually considered kind of the go-to cedar for like, you know, body stuff. But when you're dealing with like meditation and, you know, like the blend and like Moses is hyssop and cedar, but we put several different cedars in there. There we use like Himalayan and Taiwanese cedar and the blood cedar. And the reason being because it has a different kind of scent and it stimulates things more in the emotional mental body. But for arthritis, any of them work. Yeah.
And I see you guys there. Let me go through the chat real quick and then we'll get your hands. And Greg, can you put together a blend for the trigger finger?
Arthrocare is what actually I would use. Yeah, like if I was to go through and blend it specifically, it would come out to be about Arthrocare. Yeah. Yeah.
Is lovage leaf or lovage root best for arthritis and hand treatments like we discussed earlier?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
So they both come from the same plant. The root is a little bit stronger and a lot more expensive. And so in extreme cases, I use the root, but like for us around the house, I use the leaf all the time. Like it's still pretty potent. You know, the root is probably 10% stronger, but the leaf is substantially cheaper. And so I would say just use the leaf unless you are treating a really serious health issue.
And then go ahead, Donita, then Dorothy.
Hey, Miss Donita.
Hi, Greg. Um, Wonderful to be here. Thank you for all this wisdom. And I have two questions. One of them is for me, which is kind of, but so about a year ago, my REM was terrible, 20, 30 minutes, and I was always exhausted. And right now, even though there is the outside world, the external, everyday things are quite stressful, right? So there's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of everything else. My REM is an hour and a half to 2 hours a night. Is there such a thing as too much REM?
I mean, too much anything can always be a thing, but given that you guys just dealt with a hurricane and you're in the process of making changes and moving and then not and everything, I wouldn't be too concerned about it. I think it's kind of normal.
But what would be the too much would?
It would be hard to do. I mean, it would depend on your sleep. There's a lot of factors involved, so it would depend on length of sleep and how much you're resting and what's going on in the day. And so I would just look at overall, are you resting? Are you waking up refreshed? Are you still fatigued? And, sometimes you're recovering from something and you need a little more sleep or you need a little bit more downtime. So I wouldn't look at it as like a template until there started to be a little bit more of a bigger issue.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Because I feel like my body is I've been listening. So my body is just healing, I guess.
You guys had a super intense thing that wasn't that long ago. After everything was said and done, how you're not in bed 20 hours a day for a little while is, amazing. Because I mean, you had the hurricane, you had the flooding, and then you had the cleanup, and you've been running a few marathons.
And we put the house on the market 2 weeks before the hurricane. Then we put the house on the market again a month ago, and still nothing. But anyway, yeah, there is a lot of uncertainty. Okay, so that's done. So I have another question. I have a new client, and she is. I'm not a pranic healer, so it's completely on a different side, but she's very super sensitive, and she's got a leaky gut syndrome for about a decade. And when it came, she gets sick even she can't inhale anything, any oils or anything. So really very sensitive. So is there anything?
When you say sensitive, what does that mean?
Processing, sensitive processing foods, processing smells, even putting it on her skin, she gets sick.
What about light? Is she sensitive to light or sounds?
No, no, she didn't mention that.
I mean, the thing with sensitivity is it could be several things. Sometimes it is the body has a hard time going into allostasis, and so shifting and changing can be an issue. Cleaning the spine is kind of a quick way, like just opening up and cleaning the spine quite substantially is a way to help a lot of different things. Sometimes the issue is the sensory nerves are overstimulated, and that is usually poor lymphatic function that then turns into an overstimulation of the sensory nerves and just makes everything super sensitive and eventually turns into brain fatigue. So that's why we use sage a lot of times to treat that. The sage calms down the sensory nerves, but is also very fortifying to the brain and is one of the best things to treat a brain fatigue syndrome, especially in the early stages. The other issue sometimes, and I mean, they might be aware of it, they might not, but the oversensitivity is almost like a protective mechanism, because there might be like an uncomfortable feeling or a traumatic feeling that is unresolved that they're trying to manage, and that if everything calms down, it allows it to come up to the surface. And so they're usually not doing it consciously, but the body is trying to manage it. And so being on high alert keeps it at bay for a little bit. So anytime you have something like that, I always go to like marjoram or tarragon just to fortify the vagus nerve and the parasympathetic state so that they're able to let something go. But you usually can't talk that out with them because it is like in the unconscious. And the sensory nerves start to, like the hypersensitivity in the sensory nerves will affect some of the cognitive processes. And I mean, it does it to us all, right? But when somebody's really struggling with something, they become like almost like hypersensitive to some of the things. And so if you think about like even some of the meditations that are done are to stimulate sustained awareness. So first you become aware of your body, and then the emotions that are the thoughts that bubble up into the mind, and then you're aware of your breath, and those are all good. But even deeper, what starts to happen as you start to increase the awareness on the body, then you start to increase your awareness like outward. Like you start to go, okay, what are things in my environment that are potentially agitating? And then you sit with it and doing practice of sustained awareness where you go like, okay, this person's a trigger, this situation is a trigger, this thing in the news is upsetting, and you sit with it. And it's like the thing that causes that is like we kind of get separated, our awareness gets separated from it. So you kind of bring that back in and are able to sit with it. And you're literally changing how you process that by going through and doing that practice. And so with Astara, we call that Lama Yoga, like where you sit and, we've been doing I've been walking people through it over the last like couple months in the streams and the study groups, but, there's also the information that's on the side or in the books. And it's basically just inhale up, exhale down, in through the nose, out through the mouth, but then you sit, you're being aware of the body, and then the mind, and then the breath, and then eventually you start working your way outward. Yeah. Probably if she can't do oils or anything else, run her through Lama Yoga.
It's so funny because we only had one session, but that's because I'm an Akashic record, so that's how it came through. I actually told her Lama Yoga.
Good.
And to basically to the awareness on the body, to just build a relationship with the body, because there's a lot of tension. And what came through as well for her to actually maybe hold the oils in the hand and kind of connect with the spirit.
I would just have her do Lama Yoga for a while if she's so super sensitive.
Almost like the body is rejecting it. The body is not liking anything.
Yeah. Like anytime you start to have, like I would put that under the heading of a paradoxical response. Resistance to treatment is not quite paradoxical, but it's usually in the vein of it. And the issue is that anything paradoxical, like dyslexia is paradoxical, a paradoxical response. Your breath being flipped is there's paradoxical breathing, and it's overstimulation. Basically, that's all it is. It's just overstimulation of some specific piece of your anatomy.
Thank you so much for saying that, because that's exactly what I sensed, just over too much. So the body, because at first the body didn't let me, but then as I was just holding the purba in my hand, just holding it, it actually let me open up and relax to do some work on her. So Lama Yoga. And then what came through as well was like start with flower essences.
That can be soothing. Yeah, it doesn't clear anything, but it can be very soothing. Yeah.
Just not to clear, just to kind of slowly relax the body too.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so very much.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey,
Let's get you unmuted. Hang on, you're not quite unmuted. Oh, and then I muted. Oh, yeah, you're perfect. You're perfect. Go ahead.
Hi, it's good to see you. You may have already touched on this, but I have had something in between my knees and my ankles. Now, sometimes I have cramps in my toes, they go like that.
Mhm.
It's not really often, but sometimes it happens.
Mhm.
But what I'm talking about does not feel like a muscle cramp that goes like that. It's it goes deep into it feels like it goes all the way to the bone, and it's just I rub it, I do whatever, and I can't do anything with it. It just has to take its course, and it takes several minutes or for it to go away, and it's strange.
Does it
Maybe
pulse? Does it pulse like kind of like going like this, like it's intense and it's still intense, but not quite as much, and then surges and then surges?
Oh, I don't know. It's so much pain. I'm not even thinking about whether it's pulsing or not.
Okay.
I don't
Yeah.
know. Why did you bring that up?
So this is what I would say. I mean, I would try. Have you tried putting marjoram on the legs?
No.
I would start with marjoram, like put it in a lotion. I mean, you could put it on neat if you wanted to, and it doesn't have to be exactly on the spot. But I put several drops of marjoram on each leg, and even on the foot a little bit, and do it before the cramping. Like I just start doing it on a regular basis, and because you have a couple of things there, like it can help reduce. I mean, there's nothing really better for reducing cramping than marjoram. There's other things that are antispasmodic, but marjoram is really strong. But the concern would be that if the tissue's not relaxing because of that, then more likely it could be something neurological, which means it's up in the hip and the knee, or not the knee, the hip or the back. And so then you would need to treat the back and the hip. But let's just have you start with marjoram on the lower leg. And is it just on the back side or is it on the front side?
Well, when you say that, it feels like it's down the side.
Down the side. Okay.
The outer side, maybe.
Yeah. That also could be, do you go barefooted a lot, or you wear
Yes, in the
sandals?
house.
Start wearing shoes with arch support, because probably what happens is like your foot's made to be like sitting a particular way, but what happens is sometimes the arches fall a little bit, or we don't have the arches aren't the way they should be, or sometimes the first big toe knuckle is further back than it should, and it changes how your foot hits the ground, and then it makes you kind of rotate off of like your center axis there, and then it can cause issues along different parts of your leg, especially when you see the cramping like more on the outside. Those peroneus muscles, they're not very big. A lot of times you're going to see it in the big calf muscle, the gastrocnemius, but when you start to see along the sides, that's usually a little bit more of an alignment issue. And so for example, you would see that in runners, you would see that in runners, especially when their shoes are a little bit worn out. But like if you just start wearing shoes that have a decent amount of arch support and put the marjoram on, that should reduce that.
Oh, I do wear arch supports. I have for years. But when I'm in my house, I wear socks.
Yeah, I would probably start wearing, like, you get like a pair of house shoes that are comfortable, or like even a slipper where you can slip a little like support in the slipper itself and still are comfortable in the house, but you can reduce the movement off the arch there. And so, I mean, it's a thing that happens. Like it's just, as like, even as I get older, like I find, I used to go barefooted all the time, and like I hardly ever go barefooted anymore. Like if I'm sitting, I'll go barefooted, but if I'm on my feet, I put shoes on just because of what it does for the arches. And so like I have a couple pairs of things that I just wear in the house, and I try not to wear them outside, but I usually end up wearing them outside. But because it's weird to like, okay, I have to change my shoes to go outside. But I mean, I do that. I wear something indoors a lot because of the support of the arches. Yeah.
I have high arches,
Mhm.
maybe unusually high arches. I don't know.
That would make you more prone to what we're talking about. Yeah.
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 And my grandson has been complaining. He's done a lot of running and racing, running,
Mhm.
and of his ankles. And I've told him, I think he needs to wear arch supports. He's got these one shoes and he thinks there's some
Yeah. How old is he?
19 or 20.
Yeah. Is he real tall or no?
Yeah, thin though.
Yeah, but he's tall.
Uh-huh.
So sometimes what happens when people are a little bit tall at a younger, well, I mean, everybody's at a younger age, but like when they were growing, sometimes they develop a thing called shin splints. And like there's just irritation in some tendon and sheaths and some of the muscles along the shin. And so what happens over a period of time as they get older, they change their gait and how the foot hits the ground when they had the issue, and then the issue goes away, because it goes away as you get older. Their gait and the way the foot strikes the ground has changed. And so arch supports would be good, but I would actually put the same stuff, the Mardrum, but along the shin, like, from right below the knee down to the ankle. But a lot of times when you see ankle issues, it's the muscle's called the anterior tibialis. Like it's this big kind of muscle that runs along the shin. And if you treat that, most times it goes away.
Now that margarine, you put that on a carrier oil and
You
rub it
can,
in?
but in this particular case, you could just put it on neat. Like you just put several drops on, rub it on up and down, and call it good. Like even in the middle of the cramping, like even if you put the Mardrum like on the thigh, most times if it's not neurological, it will start taking it out within 10-15 seconds, even if it's down in the calf. But when it's neurological, sometimes you have to do other things because the problem's higher up and it's a nerve that's surging. So here it sounds like it's just cramping and like a kind of a strain because of, foot alignment. And so, correct the foot alignment a little bit just by wearing shoes indoors, or something with arch, and then put the Mardrum on, and that should resolve itself.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Good to hear from you, Dorothy.
Thank you.
Are you still up in Huntsville? I think that's where you at. Yeah.
That's where I am.
Yeah. Good for you.
I love your work. I
Oh,
just,
thank you.
I haven't gotten really involved with oils because, I do another
Mhm.
thing.
Mhm.
But I'm really interested in it, and I keep coming back and listening to you.
Oh, good.
But it just seems like you said, sometimes people get kind of overwhelmed.
Yeah.
And I guess that's how I've been, because I was very into when we were doing the other energy type work,
Mhm.
coming to Birmingham. Yeah. But anyway, do you come to Birmingham?
Yeah, we come 3 times a year. We do like like when we do some of the free study group things in person, we do them there in Birmingham.
Well, maybe I'll show up. It's nice to do it in person.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I love
Good talking
you.
with you. Thank you.
I wondered if we might do something to enhance the well-being of our guests staying with us over the holidays. I'm thinking of something general we might diffuse in a diffuser. I'm actually hoping that some sort of pine scent reminiscent of the holiday itself that can be used, also be diffused with benefits of all like frankincense or something.
What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do?
Enhance the well-being of our guests.
What will be like the immunity, or like I'm not sure what we're shooting for.
And you can type in, or you can unmute yourself. And I'll just go to this, let me just see. This is a question this morning. After a bath, I felt fine. And oh wait, let me go back to the other one because they go, yes, immunity would be great and overall feeling of well-being.
When you say well-being, I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Like the reason why I'm like saying I'm not sure, like well-being could be physical health, emotional health. It could be like it's when you're doing something therapeutic, it would be like too vague. Like if we're just shooting for immunity. I mean, immunity, you can do, any of the oils that are listed in the thing, you could do, I mean, even just something like frankincense could be okay, myrrh could be okay, but like firs and spruces, kind of have that Christmas vibe, very fortifying, not super directed towards the immunity, but very fortifying to the nerves and calming and soothing. But if you're wanting to do things for like health related things, hyssop's always a good thing to do, just to keep like a balance within the household, and then reduce the potential for colds and flus and mucus and things like that. That's always good. Cinnamon can also be another one that you could diffuse. Yeah, different types you could do that. Even camphor, like camphor, we think of camphor as just being like for pain, but it's very good for cleaning up the space, and it's very good for respiratory and immune related issues. So it wouldn't be my first choice for a lot of things, but for just like a general thing in the environment, it could be quite good. Yeah.
This morning, after a bath, I felt fine, and I put on Lovage body tonic all over my body. I sat down, and in moments, my low back and spleen area hurt. It hurt to sit, to walk, to lift my foot, to stand. It said with a deep welling pain, spreading pain. I'm much better now. Was I detoxing, doing more Lovage? Any suggestions?
Could have been actually the position in the tub. Like, is it a small tub, or were you like really kind of like your neck in a particular way, or like hunched over? That's the first thing that I would look at. In the spleen area, the leg, I mean, that strikes me as like a positional thing more than anything else. It would be hard for an oil to cause that kind of response. Other than that, I'm not sure. Yeah, that it kind of went away after a little bit of being up and about. And the only reason I even know about that is like sometimes that happens to me. Is if I fall asleep in the tub, for example, when I get up, the back's not doing too hot until I get up and move around, then I'm fine. But even short baths, like where I've done 15-20 minute baths, and the back was already a little bit compromised when I get into the tub and in and out of the tub, it gets a little agitated for a little bit, and it takes a little bit to calm down. So I would probably chalk it up more to that than anything.
Okay, so they're saying, so probably just a funky twist.
A funky twist, yeah. I think that was a dance move out of the 60s, a funky twist. Okay, so we did this earlier in the week, but I kind of like the idea of maybe doing this again before we break for lunch. And if you go to page 6 and we drop down to number 2, where we're strengthening the bone marrow. And so this has an effect of just inhaling these oils are going to stimulate the immune system. But what we're trying to do here, strengthening the bone marrow, it strengthens the basic chakra for one, which is involved in your immune response, lymphatic function, and things like that. But it heightens the production of blood cells in the bone marrow, and increases and improves your body's ability to fight infection and to ward off, like, funguses, bacteria, viruses, things like this. And so you wouldn't really think of this as something to do, because it's not something that's usually something symptom oriented where you go, let's do this. It is like more of a tonifying effect where you're tonifying the body, you're tonifying the immune response. And even in the middle of an infection, it's something you could do, or even after the fact, it could be something to do, but definitely something to do before. Like, we're going into cold and flu season. I mean, we're already there, but by going through and addressing this, it increases the potential for your body to fight these things off. And so it's just another way to strengthen the immune response. And so with that, we have some oils listed there: camphor, cinnamon, oregano, thyme, blends or armor, immune support, and panacea. If you don't have those, anything that is like immune related, I usually like to use things that have a little bit more of heat to them, like, the cinnamon, oregano, some form of thyme. Camphor doesn't really have heat, but it is very fortifying to the body. You could use things like spruces and firs. It would do it, but like tea tree, that could do it. Neoli, Ravensara, bay laurel. They're not the first choices, but I mean, it's still something. So any of this could work. Pepper is another one. Any of the peppers could work.
And what page are we on again?
6.
Still on page 6.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so pull those out. And I mean, you can check in with how you feel, but we're treating bone marrow, so it's not going to be like, okay, now get up and move your bone marrow. Like, it's going to be a thing that you just would feel stronger and more fortified. Not that you would notice a big change in your way your body feels, like with movement or something like that. So this is done with herbs sometimes. This is done with energy work sometimes. Even in the certain Buddhist practices, we would do it with mantra. And so there's different ways of doing this. But okay, so you have your oil. And is everybody good with oils? Nobody's asking. Okay, so begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the basic chakra, which is the bottom of your tailbone. So you're inhaling through your nose, exhaling through your mouth, and we're just going to follow this pattern to stimulate some of the the energy that would impact the bone marrow. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the basic chakra. And the basic chakra is the big main thing that you're treating here. And then the Mingmen is the area opposite your navel on the backside. So you're on your low back area, which is the backside of your navel. And then the front solar plexus, which is the area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. And the back solar, the mid back area. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth with your awareness on the mid back area. And then just be still for a moment. Just be still. Okay, again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the basic, the bottom of the tailbone. And the low back area opposite the navel, the Mingmen. The navel And the front solar plexus. And the back solar plexus. The mid back area. Just be still, be aware. Just be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness again is on the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. And then the hips, the sides of your hips. Your knees. Your ankles. The soles of your feet. The armpits. The elbows. The wrists. and the palms of your hands. Just be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your basic chakra. The hips, the sides of your hips. The knees. The ankles. The soles of your feet. The armpits. The elbows. The wrists. And the palms of your hand. And then just be still. So if you notice, a lot of times the body feels like a little stronger, or you feel a little tougher. This could be done on a regular basis. This could be done, like when I say regular basis, like daily, and you could do a more intense version of what we just did. But done on a regular basis, it fortifies an aspect of your immune response, very specific to the production of white blood cells. And excuse me. And so it increases the body's potential for dealing with like infection and things of that nature. Excuse me. And so, and it's stimulating to the immune system in general, and it's fortifying to the body. And so, this could be done from time to time, but definitely going into cold and flu seasons, it's probably things that you already have in place. But if you just go through, follow the patterns, and it should help to produce a result. So with that, we are going to break for lunch for a little bit. We're going to come back and we're going to do more. We'll talk about stuff, but if you have more questions, Q&A, I mean, this is for you guys and your immune systems going through the holiday season, being around family and friends and everything. We just wanted to kind of support you through the holiday time and through the winter time. And so, you know, if you have questions, write them down or make sure you don't forget them. And we'll be back. We'll take an 1.5 hour break. So we'll come back at about 2:35. So see you in an 1.5 hours, and we'll just continue with this process. And remember, this is a booklet that's like a kind of a reference guide. And so if you're not sure, you can always look things up. I tried to write some things out, and I'm going to continue with that process and be sending it out to you guys. So let's shoot for 2:35, 2:40, somewhere in there. Okay. So I'll see you guys in just a little tiny bit. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back and continue our conversation and a bit of lecture. And so one of the things, you know, I'm going to open it up to Q&A here again in just a minute, but I would like to talk about potential COVID. Like I say it in plural because there's mutations. So let's drop down to page 12 in your workbook. And just think of this book as more of a reference. You know, it wasn't like we were doing a class like how we do normal classes. You know, we are going to be doing some classes a little bit different than the way we've been doing in the past. Different approaches. And so these are just like you know, ongoing conversations, and the workbooks are more of a reference guide than anything. And so when you have something immune related, I want you to have a booklet that you can go look things up and then go through and do treatment. And so with this, I'd like to talk about the coronavirus and, you know, the variations, you know, talking about the variations. I first treated COVID like back in 2000, and I think it was 5. It was either 2004 or 5. And so what we had as COVID-19 was a mutation. It was, you know, several mutations down the road. And even now we have different mutations. I mean, I think everybody's pretty aware of that. And so what I'd like to do is just go through and just talk about, these aren't things that you have to do all the time, but these are things just to be aware of. We have talked about the use of things like Monarda and Melissa. Monarda complex, it combines the two, which are both very strong antivirals and very good for prevention and in the middle of the infection to treat the viruses themselves. Things like cinnamon, savory, things like that are also very good. But thyme is also super good for viral conditions, because we want to leave the body strong, not just get through the virus and try to kill off the virus and the effects of the virus, but we want to leave the body stronger after the fact. And so these things actually contribute to that. But here we want to go through and look at various things that can potentially be an issue. No, this isn't for something that everybody needs to do, but just like if you're aware of these things, you can go through and potentially just either be aware of them, treat them, or nip them in the bud. And so very first, and this seems like an odd thing, but is you want to pay attention to your feet. And the issue is that if the feet are very sweaty, like if you're wearing like lots of socks or shoes and your feet are sweaty all the time, or if your feet are cold all the time. So like maybe your socks aren't that thick, or you're walking around like barefooted and the floor is a little cold, or you just run a little bit cold. Either direction actually can cause neuroreceptors in the body to react in a particular way that makes it a little bit easier for you to get sick. And so you want to keep your feet comfortable, but not excessively sweaty and not excessively cold. And so if this is an issue or your concern, there is an oil that you can apply to the soles of your feet. You would need to do this daily, but you know, you're preventing certain neurological responses in the body that could put the body in like a crisis mode as far as the immune system is concerned. And the oil is Rosalina, and it is an oil that comes out of Australia. It's used for a few things. It's used in some respiratory complaints, especially for the skeletal muscles and things like this. It smells a little bit like somebody blended tea tree and lavender together, you know, so it's got that kind of a scent. But, you know, topically, where we use it is either on the chest or on the soles of the feet. And this helps to regulate the neurotransmitters. And if the neurotransmitters are off, it just starts this chain reaction that can lead to poor immunity. And so if you don't have that issue, you don't need to worry about it. But if you have the issue where your feet are always cold or they're running cold or your feet are always hot and sweaty, you know, sometimes it's because of the external conditions. But if even you trying to adjust this, that your feet are running cold or your feet are always just a little bit like hot and sweaty, there's a little bit of an issue there and it needs to be regulated. And it's not so much about trying to make the feet, you know, go from cold to normal or to reduce the sweating. It's about trying to regulate these neurotransmitters. And so they basically affect the mucous membranes. And so it lowers your immunity a bit and just makes you a bit more susceptible. It's not the cause, it's just it makes you more susceptible. And then after that, if there's previous inflammations, especially inflammations that have been in the lungs or what people would call like scar tissue. Scar tissue isn't like a cut, like, you know, when we cut ourselves in the kitchen or something like that. Scar tissue just means like spasms in the connective tissue. And not necessarily muscle, it's the connective tissue. And so we want to go through and reduce this to potentially reduce the onset of another respiratory issue. Like if you have a bunch of scar tissue, like say in the lungs and bronchioles, you're more predisposed to bronchitis, you're more predisposed to pneumonia. And so some of the scar tissue can be from previous times where you've had bronchitis or pneumonia or a serious respiratory issue. And so if that's the case, think of it like this, like if there is lesions in the connective tissue, it means that it's reduced lymphatic movement, it's reduced blood flow, and it's affected neurological function in the area. And so then when something comes in like a virus or bacteria, it's already a little bit dysfunctional to begin with. It can become very dysfunctional after that. So we want to kind of try to help normalize these things. So stress, any form of stress can impact this, especially over a period of time. It diminishes adrenal hormones. I see that I didn't list something here, but black spruce, like the spruces work very well, especially black spruce and Sitka. Even Sylvester pine can be helpful here. I've actually even used rosemary, sage, and camphor for this as well. And so any of these could be used. My apologies that I left that out, but and then the other thing, just for overall endocrine function, you can use 3 Wise Men. You could also use lavender complex. Lavender complex would have come under the stress component there. Lavender complex is to like kind of tone the overall endocrine system, but a diminished diminished sex hormones, diminished adrenal hormones, even sometimes malfunctioning thyroid. All of these things can actually make you a little bit more predisposed to viral infections. And so we just want to keep everything healthy. It's not necessarily what you want to do to target treating the virus, but if it makes you a little bit more predisposed, if we can unwind that, for one, you're making yourself healthier, but two, it diminishes the potential for the viral infection. And so lemon verbena could be used as well. It's a very good, like, overall toning essential oil for all of that. And then the sex hormones, this one's kind of general, both for male and female. The Three Wise Men kind of jumpstarts all of the endocrine glands. But if you're having something a little bit more specific, like for women, Vitex is always good to help strengthen the sex hormones. And for men, sandalwood. Sandalwood is the oil to use for that. If it's really depleted, sandalwood might not be strong enough, because sandalwood it increases and improves testosterone a little bit, but not massively. There is an essential oil called Damiana. Damiana can be a lot more effective for that. And then I think we have that on the side, or do we?
I'll find out in just a second.
Yeah. And then we do have it. Yeah. It's used more as like Damiana is used a little bit more like aphrodisiac kind of, but basically it makes testosterone last longer in the body before it gets converted. And so it improves testosterone levels by making it more available for longer periods of time. And then the effects of antibiotic therapies, and I should have written this out a little bit better. Like, sometimes my mind, I think I'm being really clear, but this would be the part that is affecting the gut. Like overall, like sometimes like using things like thymes and things like that to strengthen the overall body. But a big place where long-term use of antibiotics hit you is in the gut. And one of the things where essential oils really shine is in this particular area. Palmarosa is really good for cultivating good, healthy bacteria. And when antibiotics come in, they kill the bacterias that are causing the infection, but they also kill good bacteria that are in the gut. And so Palmarosa is very good for the after effects of the use of antibiotics, and also if the intestinal flora is very depleted, Palmarosa is very good for that. And so then for like just treating or trying to prevent, there's a lot of things that you can use. Monarda has kind of been our go-to thing over the last couple of years. It is the most antiviral essential oil there is. Melissa is a close second. And so we went through and created that Monarda complex, which is a combination of those two and a couple other things, a couple forms of thyme and things like this. And so those work, but also immune support has some Monarda in it, and it has different types of thyme. The ratios are a bit different, but the immune support is very antiviral. If you had to choose and Monarda wasn't like in the budget, you could go immune support and still feel pretty good about it. The blend Panacea and the blend Armor are also for immune function and should keep energy levels up. There are different oils to do some different things, and they're still antiviral, but they're also a little bit more strengthening to the system and a bit more of an effect on the bacteria and things like that. And so, yeah. The depleted immune response, you can see Ravensara, Timolol, oregano, all pretty strong. And yeah, that next section is more for after a class that we're going to teach in January, but I thought I'd throw it in the notes, letter F. So let's not worry about that one right now. Immunity in general, I think we see that. Respiratory function. So, you know, I use these notes from quite a while. Respiratory support is very good, but since COVID came out, there was a study done on how certain essential oils could potentially protect the lung tissue from possible like infection, like with COVID and things. And so what I did was I took that information based on that study and combined those oils to make what we call respiratory protection. You know, so it's a protective component that's really a little bit specific to airborne viruses. And so I'd add respiratory protection to that. And Letty's on, maybe she can add that to this as well. Yeah. And so with that, I think there's one more, lavender complex. Yeah, so lavender complex, we already talked about. And parsley skin is another thing that we really don't think about as being a part of our immunity, but depleted skin. Whenever I've had somebody who either had like a cold or flu and they just weren't getting better, I mean, I would try all these different things. I would try, you know, different healing techniques and different oils and things like this. And the skin would never cross my mind. And then I started treating the skin and I thought, boy, that's pretty weird, because after that it would bounce back. And I went through and I did like a little bit of a just, I'm curious about this, so let's go in, look to see if this is a thing or if this is just something in my imagination. And, you know, a lot of the recent writings over the last 50, 60 years, you really couldn't see anything. But a lot of times when you want really good information about holistic approaches and herbal remedies and things, I go back to the turn of the century when Orthodox medicine wasn't a thing. They really had to rely on just like home remedies and herbal remedies and just the tricks that they could figure out with nature. And it actually wasn't even in an herbal book. It was actually in an Orthodox medicine book, but it was before pharmaceuticals were kind of a thing. One of the things they talked about with colds and flus was depleted skin, like the whole system of the skin. And you know, they had some pharmaceutical that they were using for it, but over the years we looked at different ways to approach this. And one of the ones that works really super well that I'm very happy with is the use of parsley. Parsley is cleansing to the skin. It helps to stimulate lymphatic movement, and it's replenishing to the skin. It helps to give the skin some strength. So it is one of the ways that we ward off like viruses and bacteria. And so if the skin is depleted, your immune system is depleted. And remember, the skin is associated with the basic chakra. So if the skin is depleted, then it also means the basic chakra is somewhat depleted as well. And it's your overall like strength in blood, muscle, bone, the immune response, the defense mechanisms, things like this. And so if these things are depleted, then your ability to fight something off is very much diminished. And so I thought I'd throw this out there just so you guys can have that information. And, you know, we had presented it back at the beginning of COVID, but I dragged it over and dropped it in this. I meant to do it in the first round, but I think we've evolved some of this a little bit more. And the thing is with viruses, because they mutate so much, you kind of have to keep adapting to what's happening. And so we're going to try to keep upgrading this information to present to you guys so that you can go through and keep treating as well as possible. But like everything that we've talked about, if you just keep doing things to strengthen the immunity, to strengthen some of these pieces, like we've done the bone marrow, and we did the strengthening in the thymus in some of the study group classes, and we did the strengthening the spleen, and you keep doing all these pieces and they end up making the immune system, the immune response, very, very strong and vital, so that when you're exposed to something, your body's ability to fight it off is heightened. And I think we shared with you that it was earlier in the year, we had been traveling and we came back and we actually ended up catching COVID, but we didn't know it because we had no symptoms. But every time we would come back, we have a staff and we have people in and out of the office and house and everything because of both Astara and that. So when we come back, we just always test. And we tested positive and we were like, huh. And we were looking at each other, do you feel sick? No. We never had symptoms, but we still had, the virus was still there, but our bodies were just fighting them off very well. And, when we travel, we would do all the stuff that we talk about, or at least some of it. The big one was the Moderna. And, the symptoms didn't really manifest, but, the body had to fight that off and then develop the antibodies and everything. But, COVID hits everybody a little bit differently. And the reason why it hits everybody a little bit differently is sometimes we have certain weaknesses in some of these areas that then allow these things to come forth. And so I just wanted to lay everything kind of out there to think about and look at and to potentially treat, so that if you're not sure, you just randomly kind of treat. It doesn't have to be daily or anything, but from time to time, I do a little thing where I take a couple parsley salt baths and I rub some parsley lotion on, and then I forget about it. And I don't do it for like a month or two, or sometimes 3. And then, I got into a little routine where I was rubbing Rosaline on my feet all the time. And then I was like, yeah, my feet aren't cold or hot or sweaty, so I think I'm good. But if you're in a time of a crisis or something like that, or you're going to be traveling a whole bunch, it doesn't hurt to kind of step up where you think your potential weaknesses are. The one that is hard to tell is endocrine function. Sometimes we don't know. And so from time to time, it's good just to go through and do either lavender complex or 3 wise men, just to keep the endocrine system kind of vital and strengthened and not depleted. The more depleted it becomes, the more imbalances start to happen between the different glands. So the stronger you keep it, the better your endocrine system works. And remember, your endocrine system is also a byproduct of your thought process. And so if endocrine system starts not functioning well, it does affect your mind and how you think and process information. So you're doing something good for your body, and you're doing something good for mental health, you could say. Not that it causes mental illness, it just makes the mind not as sharp, not as clear, harder to process information. It just makes it a little sluggish. So, okay, I just wanted to fit that in before we got rolling, but let's go ahead and open it up to questions and answers. And if not, I'll talk about some other things, but I'm going to still give you guys the opportunity to ask questions.
And you can raise your hand, unmute yourself, type in the chat. Somebody did ask, what were the ones for stress again? Number 3, stress.
On this.
Yeah.
Let me look at what I was looking at. 3. Okay, so it's not so much for stress, it's stress that has depleted the adrenal hormones. And so black spruce, Sitka, Sylvester pine, rosemary, sage, And there's been times where I've used camphor and it's actually worked. It doesn't work every time, but the other one that it's helpful, but it's not as strong as these other ones, is geranium. Geranium can actually also be supportive of adrenal function as well.
And go ahead, Sonia, then Letty.
Hey, Sonia.
Let's get you unmuted. Can. If you're able to unmute yourself, yeah, there you go. Go ahead, we can't hear you yet, but try talking. We'll come back to you, Sonia. We can't hear you right yet.
Sam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. No, I just want to make sure we're working. It's working. Hi, Greg and Sam. Greg, so I have a quick question. So I really love the Stress Ease soap, but you also made me some parsley soap. But my question is, in order for those like to work like as best as possible, like would you suggest like soak in the tub like with pretty hot warm water and then put the soap on, and then like how long should you let it sit on your body?
I mean, you could do it that way, but the idea was that like to be able to do it in the shower. And so like I'd rinse off with hot water and then put the soap on and then just like kind of stand there for a couple minutes. And the thing with it being in soap, it is actually a good way to get things into the skin kind of quickly, you know, because of the nature of what soap does. And so some of the early forms of what we call liniments now actually were done more in soap form than they were in just like an alcohol or a vinegar base. You know, they would mix things in with soap and then they would apply it to the body, let it be there for a while, and then eventually rinse it off. And so, I mean, you don't have to stand there for long periods of time, but within like maybe a couple of minutes, you can rinse off. So either way, it's a good way to get it into your system very quickly and then be able to rinse off and then, you know, do your day. And so it was meant for like kind of a quick treatment that you can integrate in your normal everyday life, but you can just do it in the shower.
Okay, thank you so much, Greg. I love Stress Ease, and the parsley doesn't have a great smell, but I just like it because it's good for the
Parsley
skin.
smells like parsley, like, you know what I mean? Like
It doesn't smell good, but I know because it's good for us, so that's why I used it.
Like parsley, usually when it comes up, I always say like put it on at night as you're going to bed. Like don't put it on during the day as you go out. And you know, parsley is amazing because you don't have to even use it daily. Like you know, you could treat it for your skin for a little while and then go a week or two and still running pretty strong. And so just from time to time, you can go through and do it. I mean, it's actually even good for the scalp. It's very good for anything topical, like skin oriented. And so it's also good for the kidneys, but like here we're looking at it more for lymphatic function and immunity in the skin itself.
Thank you so much, Greg.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then do you want to try again, Sonia?
Hey, Sonia.
Perfect. You were good. We could hear you.
Are you hearing me?
Now we are. Yes. Go ahead.
What is bellows breath again? It's listed in there. It's...
What's that?
Bellows breath.
Oh, it's listed in there?
Yes, it's at, let me see where it is.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. It's in the rapid cleansing of the solar plexus. Yeah. That's because it's using some of the oils that are going to be in a class next month. And so bellows breath is that one where you breathe really fast through the nose and you move the stomach in and out really fast. Like, basically what that does is it cleans the solar plexus quite well, but it helps pump the lymph in the digestive tract.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Troy.
Hey, Troy.
Hello?
Hee.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I've just been feeling like real depleted and like kind of achy and sore this week, actually since I visited Jake in the hospital. And I had been feeling pretty great for a while and breathing good, overall physical health and mood and everything pretty great. And I just crashed like really hard.
Do you just feel tired, or you feel like you got a little sick? Or you're not
like
sure?
Symptomatically, yesterday and today, it almost just feels like cold symptoms ish, but like energetically and emotionally, like it feels like disproportionately rowdy compared to what it would be like to just have a cold.
Okay, so so for one, your friend's in the hospital, so that's upsetting, and so there's that component, and but going into the hospital, it's a little bit contaminating, and the thing is like if you look at it from the point of view of energy. People court other people sometimes because of emotional things and mental things, but also sometimes it's just for vitality. And you're walking around a bunch of people who are having a difficult time or sick or ill, and you basically look like a big Energizer bunny walking through the hospital. That everybody goes, if I like it, they're not doing this consciously, but like, the energy body just becomes aware there's a potential source for energy. Let's tap into that. Right. And so a lot of times what happens is between contamination and the cords, you can get depleted pretty quickly. And so I would look at it from that point of view. So I would do a couple things. I would do first some iron bark eucalyptus or etheric cords just to clean up the cords. And then follow it with rue, just to cut cords. And if you want to use pranic healing, the area that you really want to look at is the spleen. Like you probably got them solar plexus, spleen, and probably the basic. But the ones on the spleen are usually the one that just zaps your energy. Like, haven't you ever noticed you walk into a hospital and in a short amount of time, you're like, oh, I'm sleepy, right? It's a depletion, but because of other people kind of draining the energy body. And so it happens. Like it's nothing malicious. It's just how energetic mechanics work. And so with that, I'd also go through and just do things to open up the health rays. And so you can use the health ray blend, the spasmophilia for the inner health rays, but open up those health rays quite a bit. And then just do some things that are fortifying to the body. When we get depleted, the potential for stronger, lower emotional responses or erratic emotional responses are increased because of the energy levels being off. And so, like you said, you felt good, you went to the hospital, and now you're feeling a little like your responses and the emotions and everything are a little bit agitated. Like when you say that to me, what I hear is depletion. Like the body's depleted, right? So You can use like the thymes, you can use cinnamon, you can use savory, you can use Ravensara, even bay laurel can help. A little bit of oregano can help. I tend not to say oregano very much just because oregano is very good at what it does, but sometimes if you take it too often or take a little too big of a dose, it'll make the area down by your belly button like burn a little bit. And so I'm not a big fan of making somebody have discomfort just to treat something. It's not really doing any damage. It's just it's so much heat that you end up feeling it a little bit down in that area. And so you can do big dosages. One that's a little bit of a sleeper for bringing your energy levels back is Ravensara. Like Ravensara, man. There was a couple of times where I was traveling and I was, just because of poor sleep and travel and everything, I was starting to feel a little run down. And I mean, I had Samantha, I'm not telling you to do this, but I had Samantha put like 5 mils of oil on my back of Ravensara, just straight. And next day I was as good as new. Like, I mean, it was strengthening. And so in the old days, when I'd be doing long days of healing and I'd start to feel a little bit tired, instead of using caffeine for a little bit of a pick-me-up, I would take 2 or 3 drops of Ravensara internally, and I could keep going and it didn't keep me up at night. And so it's very strengthening and fortifying, and Ravensara is very good for like what you would call like a terrain treatment. It just helps clean things up and makes the body function better. It, in a way, you could say it's kind of non-specific, but it just kind of makes everything function better. And so it's a good one to do as well. If you feel like just the fire's out of your belly, like you just don't have the oomph anymore, Neoli can be really good for bringing that back. Like that's the way that I used to describe it so long ago, was Neoli puts the fire in your belly, not so much for digestion, but you know how like you just got that spunk to like get up and get going again. Like sometimes when you're a bit depleted, that kind of goes away and it just puts a little pep in your step without it being like overly stimulating.
I think that's definitely part of it. I don't think I have any Neoli. And has that ever been in a kit?
If it was a long time ago. Like I haven't probably put that in something for a very long time, if at all. But what do you have? Like, tell me what you got. You have bay laurel. You have
Definitely got bay laurel.
You have Ravensara.
I think I just ran out of Ravensara recently.
Do you have? Okay, but you have like the iron bark to clean up the, or etheric cords to clean up the cords and all that.
Yeah, and I actually, I guess just instinctively started using iron bark and rue a lot Thursday and Friday.
Good.
I mean,
here's the way I feel about like the health rays and the etheric cords and the iron bark. When there's an issue like this that comes up, it's great to go through and clean it up. But honestly, there's times where I sit down and go, yeah, I'm going to do etheric cords and a little health rays. And then I do it and I'm like, I wasn't feeling bad, but I feel so much better. Why am I not doing this every day? And so, we're on a little bit of a kick where, we're just going to do it. It might not be every day, but at least a couple of times a week just to go through and clean cords up, because it's not always necessarily negative cords, but we have connection to the people around us. And if they're going through like stress or something like that, sometimes that impacts us. And so there's a little joke that we have around the house. I'm gonna tell. So like sometimes like Samantha will get a little bit of a headache and we'll treat her if nothing happens. I'll do something on myself for stress, and she'll go, what did you just do? Whatever that was made my headache better. So her headache is my stress, right? And it's not like I'm sitting there and grinding anything, but a lot of times the stress is like fatigue or pushing to hit a deadline, or I'm in a couple of meetings where people are stressed out, and like I'm getting other people's stress, or whatever it is. And I'm not feeling stressed, but still the body might be feeling some stress, and it will actually cause her to have a headache. So sometimes when she gets the headache, I'll go, okay, I'll go take a salt bath so you feel better. And it's a little bit of a joke, but it's more the case than it's not the case. And so that just goes to show that, like, energy is going back and forth between those chords, and we're not stressed out with each other, but because I'm doing these other things, and then I come back and we've had like a bunch of international meetings over the last couple weeks, and having to stay up really late to talk to somebody overseas, and then it might be a little bit of an intense conversation, or sometimes I'm teaching like late at night in another country, and I come off and I feel fine, but the body's stressed because I had to stay up, and then there's the translation parts, and there's all these pieces that don't really seem like they add up to anything. But then I'll come and sit down next to Samantha, and she goes, as soon as you sat down, I got a headache. So I have to go clean up, right? So it could even be the effect of people around you, you never know. So I just keep those things like cleaned up as much as possible. Some of it's work, some of it could be clients, some of it could be, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. And this is what I'd also say is, like, it's Christmas. And so if you have unresolved issues with anybody over the past year or two, even if they don't communicate with you, trust me, they're coming up for the person. They might not be grinding on it, they might not be whatever, but it might even be unconscious. But holidays, anniversaries, those things come up, be it conscious or unconscious. And so during the holidays, it's always good just to keep those kinds of things cleaned up.
Okay, yeah, those last two things that you said are definitely really on point, and are definitely happening for me.
Yeah, honestly, it's happening for all of us.
Yeah.
Like, I get weird emails or text messages from family members I haven't seen for a while. And I was like, why are they reaching out now? Oh yeah, it's starting to get close to the holidays. And so, people are starting to think about those things. And so, they're afraid we won't see each other in person, and they got to send the insults by email or something. I'm laughing, but it's the truth.
Okay, I'll do those things. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And so, but if for some reason it's not getting better, let me know. And I am addressing Jacob, by the way. Like, I haven't been able to text him because we were traveling, but thanks for the heads up. But he had also reached out. So.
Okay, great. Glad to hear it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Just back to his, just really quick to clarify. So the cinnamon leaf, the thyme fluonol, the savory, Ravensara, bay laurel, oregano, nioli, would those all be internal if we were to?
The nioli you could do topically, Ravensara you could do topically, but the other ones I would probably do internal. In water, because like savory is a lot like oregano, not quite the burning sensation down in the gut, but savory is really good when like when you're having like an immune kind of crisis. Savory is not something you use long term, but it's something that when you really need to be aggressive with something, you use savory. It's not very common in American medical aromatherapy, but like when I was first taught, I mean, Like how I talk about Monarda now is how they used to talk about Savory, except the issue is you really can't use it for long periods of time. And so it doesn't seem like the most practical thing. I do have it in some blends, but it's not even the commonplace blends that go out to you guys. The one blend that it is in that you guys would be aware of would be the Liberation blend. You know, that actually is for treating psychological things, but it is very anti-infectious and is very much for flus. Like its formula is for treating flu-like symptoms.
And would that be 1 to 2 drops, 2 to 3 drops?
I'd probably do 2 or 3 drops in water.
And just one more,
Mhm.
using the health rays, would it be with inhalations or the body tonic on the body?
You could go either way. Like sometimes I you know, the inhalation is good, but the thing that's nice about the body tonics, you could just slap it on and then lay down and be good. They both work equally as well. And I kind of like the body tonic just because it's like the lazy man's approach. You can slap it on and then just do other things or lay down and rest and call it good. So.
And go ahead, Linda.
Hey, Linda.
You're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Like while she's unmuting, Troy, you have big giant cords to your spleen, like big giant cords. Cut them, and if not all, cut them on the break.
And go ahead, keep trying, Linda. The other Linda. And go ahead and keep trying, but while you try, go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Miss Barbara.
Hey there.
Hey.
I see it further down the page, so I just wanted to give a testimonial for Bayloral and lymph nodes.
Oh yeah, let's hear. Let's hear good. I always love a good story.
Mine were exquisitely tender about 4 days ago, and my gums have been tender since I saw a periodontist. I'm guessing that's the source, but I used it topically and also as a mouthwash, and it's 4 days out and it's practically back to normal.
Good. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it cleans up the mouth as well. I mean, the thing that's nice about using Bayloral, even in the mouth as a gargle, is it's incredibly antibacterial, and the mouth is like kind of one of the more dirty areas of the body, you know, as far as bacteria and things are concerned. So it's a way to clean all that stuff up, keep that stuff healthy, and you're cleaning up the lymph nodes in the throat and all of that. And so that was a great way to treat that. Now, sometimes if you get a sore throat, you know, Bayloral is very good for sore throats, but sometimes there's sore throats that happen because of the gum health. Like, you know, there's inflammations or a little infection, a little abscess, and you might start getting a little bit of a sore throat. Monarda is really good for that kind of a sore throat, you know. So sometimes if you're doing it and the Bayloral is really not touching the sore throat, try doing a couple of drops of Monarda internally and then use it as a mouthwash, and it will usually start reducing the sore throat pretty quickly.
Thanks. In this case, my throat was actually fine, but the Bayloral took care of it. And I don't know, are you going to talk about mucus at all? Is that on the
I can. I was just going to field questions, and then how about we talk about mucus right now? My favorite subject, mucus. So like we were talking about the Rosalina on the soles of the feet help keep the mucous membranes relatively strong. If you feel that there's inflammation in the mucous membranes, things like rosemary verbena taken internally can be very helpful for that. But breaking down mucus, you have a couple of options. Like when you have, and I assume we're talking about mucus in the respiratory tract. So how about we'll talk about it in different places. So in the respiratory tract, terebinth, it's forms of pine. Like pine are helpful, but terebinth especially is very drying to the mucus. Like it just keeps drying it out. If you need to break it down, which is a little bit different than drying it out, you're breaking it up, you're loosening it up so that you can either cough it out or blow your nose, or sometimes it just, diminishes. You have several choices. The big hitters there are Anula. Anula, even eucalyptuses have an impact, but sometimes the mucus gets so thick and sticky that you want to do things that increases like circulation. So like the inhalation of thyme or the inhalation of even like black pepper, it increases the circulation in the mucous membranes, which allows the mucus to start flowing, and then you can blow it out because sometimes it just gets like impacted. Now, if the nose is running and you just can't get it to turn off, like it's not that it's impacted, it just feels like somebody embedded a hose in your nose and it's just flowing all the time. Angelica will usually knock that out in a single dosage or two. That does have to be internal, but it's very hopeful for that. Whenever I've had that and I've used the Angelica, it's worked every time. And then mucus in the digestive tract and in the urinary tract. Different things can be helpful, but the thing that I like to use in those areas are helichrysum. Helichrysum will diminish the mucus in the digestive tract and urinary tract quite substantially. And so anytime you have a lot of mucus there, it diminishes function and it increases potential for bacterial infections and things. And so if you're really prone to infections in the gut or urinary tract infections, you might want to use some helichrysum, both inhalation and internal, just to reduce the mucus in those areas, to take away the breeding grounds for the bacteria.
And we got you again, Linda. So
Hey,
I
Linda.
could hear you a second ago. So let's see if this works.
How's this?
Perfect.
Better?
Perfect.
Oh, excellent. Okay. I couldn't find my iron eucalyptus Reinbark, so I've done Gloria Lebanon, camphor, frankincense, and bay laurel while you were talking. Is that enough to get rid of that cords?
The cords,
I mean, it's a start. I know 'cause something's going on there. I know.
If I may, Linda, in one of the class kits or two of the class kits you have etheric cords and you can use that.
yeah, there you go.
Great. I'll find that. I will do that when we get off. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Okay. My niece
Mhm.
has, they've been trying to have a kid and it turns out she has some kind of polyps and won't be able to have kids. So, I mean, is there anything I can do for her?
Yeah, I mean, we can try. So one of the things, so she has polyps or she has endometriosis, or what do we know?
I wasn't 100% sure. I knew it had a growth. That's all I know.
Okay. So usually what I use for that is I mix tarragon in with that, that blend of oil, the tamanu, like that, the blend of the carrier oils that's heavy on the tamanu. And the reason why using the tamanu is it stimulates certain processes that help to clean up like metabolic waste and things like this. And so that combination applied down to the lower abdomen has brought a lot of relief with growths and things like endometriosis down in the pelvis of women. And so she would need to do it daily, but it could bring some relief, and you never know. I've been told that, and sometimes we've been able to undo it so that they could have children, and sometimes it didn't happen. So, I mean, you can take a swing for it and see what happens, and then hope for the best. But it's hard to say.
And she's a tough Marine, man. She's amazing.
Yeah.
So I hate to see this get in her way.
Yeah, it's always sad, like when somebody was trying to get pregnant and then has a hard time. And so I would do that. We can make that up for her, or if you have the tarragon, and it is kind of important to use the tamanu. I mean, if you want to start her on something until we get the tamanu to her, any sort of lotion or massage oil, but eventually we'll want to do it in the tamanu.
Okay. I am going to send you a mail and ask you to make
Yeah,
it.
like I'll have to do that like special. Like we'll maybe we can just
do the blend yourself? Because I was gonna ask.
Yeah.
how much-
I would say, like usually with something like that, in a two ounce bottle of tamanu, I would probably put, like for that, I would probably do like 60 to 70 drops of the tarragon into that.
Okay.
And so make it kind of strong.
Okay.
And yeah, go from there. And we can make it as a product and pop it up on the site, or send us a special request and we'll make it up for you.
Wonderful. I'll do that. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually probably a good one for us to put on, just because it can also help with like cramping and things. When people are going, when women are going through their cycle and stuff like that. But
Oh, cool. Oh my
I've
God.
actually had very good results with treating endometriosis. And, some of it was energy work, but a lot of it was tarragon and tamanu on the abdomen.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay. I'm excited now. I'm always excited taking your class anyway.
You're so sweet.
Now, my son,
Uh-huh.
my youngest son, he just got engaged. It took him years to ask me.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm freaking out because I don't know how to be a mother-in-law, and she's very quiet and I'm not, so it's going to be interesting. But that's okay. That's not what I'm calling about. He's my really, really active kid. I have 2 kids.
Mhm.
He's had head injury all of his first 5 years of life. I swear he had a new Band-Aid on his forehead every year, every month.
Yeah.
I mean, it was-
Clinically, we call that he was a little boy. I mean, I think most little boys are just, it's very common for little boys to have that thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, with what I'm concerned about is he got really sick as a teenager. He had mono, like someone else had mentioned.
Mhm.
And his immune system is kind of shot, but his anxiety is just paralyzing. And I'm very, very concerned. He's 27. He's very, very active. Of course, he was a downhill biker. So, we're talking head trauma here. And I didn't know if that was an issue on top of everything else. But I gave him tarragon. I gave him a bottle of that, and I gave him an ANS. And I said, go home and use them, because they don't want them in the house because they're the cat people that are afraid of oils. I told him, no, it's okay. But they didn't listen to me. But that's okay. He took them. That's the first step.
So I mean, anxiety can be different things, and even when we were talking about it in that class a couple of weeks ago, we could have talked about it all weekend. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where that you put something forward, and so I'll explore a couple of things, and maybe in this exploration, you might be able to say, "Oh, that one's going to be him," right? And so, first off, is just like sometimes there's an accumulation of emotions, or they're in situations that are very stressful, or they're having to like transition from one situation, like say work, like you're in IT and you have a project and you go to another project and then you go to another project and then you go to another project. Things are always kind of changing. If that's the case, Palo Santo is the best bet. And like when I say all of that, the thing that I would also like factor in is the impact of social media on all of that. And if there's a lot of time on social media and a lot of shifts and changes, like how, you know, whatever he's reading, doing, interacting with, like I kind of throw that into that realm and arena. It's not exactly it, but I'd still throw that in there. And so you can do the inhalation with that. You can do it on the thumb webs. You can take a little bit internally. You can do salt baths. I mean, you can really kind of go crazy with Palo Santo, and it's very effective. It's very helpful for all of that. So there's that component. Then there's things like Gilead and things that are just calming and soothing, like spikenard and the Serenity blend. All of those things are also very helpful for reducing anxiety just because it's relaxing. Then you have the issue that sometimes the body, because of stress or because of like an injury or something like this, the body is not functioning quite like it should, or the respiratory rate is not strong, like the breath isn't as deep and the respiratory rate is not very strong. And so for that, cinnamon can actually be quite helpful. It jumpstarts all the body systems, but it makes the breath like strong. And sometimes treating the breath will actually reduce anxiety quite a bit. Then the next part, this one's going to be a little bit harder to explain, but like certain kinds of anxiety, like for you to like look at things like in the normal everyday world, you're kind of always balancing like focus and awareness, right? Your focus is like one pointed, it's like your finger pushing on a part of your body. It's very focused, it's very concentrated in that area. Then awareness is like touching that whole area, like really gently and sensitively, you know. So sometimes what happens with anxiety is there is a lot of focus and not enough awareness. And the awareness is how we connect and integrate things both in ourselves and our body, feel connected to our body, but also things in the environment. And there are kinds of anxiety that are produced because it's not lack of awareness, like, oh, they don't know, they don't even know this is happening. It's just like being aware of the environment and people and trends and what people are saying. And just, you know, it doesn't mean they have to be sitting there aware all times, but just having a certain degree of awareness. It's almost like we get like disconnected from awareness a little bit. And you know, the meditation Lama Yoga is, to help cultivate that. But in the essential oil world, we would use a couple of different oils. One would be cypress. Cypress is good for helping to cultivate the that awareness, because cypress helps to diminish like repetitive thinking, like repetitive thinking, and also like, I'm trying to think of how to say this, like repetitive thinking, and also like, I'm not going to say this well, I'm just going to have to keep talking it out to make the point. Like repetitive thinking that's coupled with like being like loose-lipped, like, you know how sometimes people are like external processors, or they slip things out of their mouth that they shouldn't, or, you know, they talk when they shouldn't be, or, you know, something of that nature. Cypress is really helpful for that, like really super helpful for that. You know, like, for example, I used to like, you know, and do corporate work in this one situation. Like if we said to this one particular person, like they did it every time. Okay, we're going to do this, like nobody talk about it. We're going to wait for this to incubate so nobody says it. As soon as the meeting would happen, that's the first thing out of that person's mouth. Like the very first thing. It wasn't even like, oh, it slipped out. It's like, don't say apple. Let's not talk about apples right now. And as soon as we sit down, we go, okay, is there anything in the meeting that we should be talking about? The person would just go, apples. And I was like, oh, for my, okay. Like I started giving them Cypress and they would be quiet until they were called on, and then they wouldn't talk about apples. Like, but it's weirdly specific, like the Cypress, right? Another one that works well is, and this is just kind of like general, just increasing awareness, is a Lemmy. A Lemmy works really super good for that. I use it sometimes to enhance, like when I'm doing Lama yoga, sometimes it increases your ability to be aware for longer periods of time, and even awareness, you're putting your awareness on something, but it, like when I'm taking it, it doesn't, you put your awareness on something, at some point your awareness bounces off. But when I use a Lemmy, I can put my awareness on something and it doesn't bounce off like it usually would. And so I've started using that to treat some people with anxiety, and it depends. It's like 50-50. Like sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it works if you have the issue. If you don't have the issue, then it's not going to bring him any resolution. And so Acacia can go into that route as well, but it's a bit expensive, and I usually don't even really mention it. So I usually go either Cypress or a Lemmy, but I think he might be an Lemmy guy. Like I don't know. Given his ability, like if he was doing downhill stuff, his ability to concentrate and be aware is probably pretty heightened, and he just needs to maybe enhance that a little bit. I mean, for those guys to do that, they have to be very aware and see way ahead of what they're doing. So, I mean, it develops a certain aspect of the mind.
Yeah.
Which one do you think he falls into?
I like what you said about the Illumi. I think that, and the Cypress, actually. I think both of those. Actually, I was thinking about me too.
Yeah. Well, like it's interesting. Like Cypress could even be something that you use a little bit for like diarrhea or a little bit of vomiting, or like just when something's coming out that shouldn't be. Like this is kind of my old school way of thinking about it. You use Cypress. Be it that it's out of the mouth, if it's vomiting, if it's diarrhea, it's just anything. Like you could go to the Cypress and it would be kind of the thing to use.
Boy, I could have grown up with using that all day.
Yeah. You and me both. Yeah, and the repetitive thinking, other things work for repetitive thinking too, but Cypress is really good for that. Really, really super good for that.
Excellent. I will get those for him. The next one, I didn't know if I'm kind of on the fence about bringing her up or not, but it's my stepmom. She has falls all the time, and I honestly don't know how old she is. My dad just turned 91. She's like 79 or 80, somewhere in that range. She's broken her right femur so much, it's now a pole. And she just got out of the hospital, out of the nursing home again. Every time she goes to the hospital, she spends a month or two in a nursing home to recoup, to get back so she can walk up the 45 stairs it takes to get into her bedroom. Because she lives in a townhouse and refuses to move, which I don't blame her. I mean, that's her home.
Yeah.
But I don't know what I can do to help her. I've sent Reiki. I send prayers all the time. But she's not functioning. And I'm very, very sad for her and my dad.
Can you tell me a little bit about her personality or her behavior?
I can't tell you a whole lot. I've met her a few times. We live on opposite coasts. So I'm West Coast, she's East Coast. She used to work at the Pentagon. Does that help? She's very
What
military.
what did she do at the Pentagon?
I do not know. It's top secret.
Yeah.
But
Okay. That
that
tells
tells you,
me.
yeah, that tells you about her personality. Good.
So,
Okay. Not military though.
yeah, but anytime you're in a position like that, stress levels and just people coming at you.
Is she still holding all that stuff?
Sometimes if you don't clean that stuff up, it just follows you, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
And you know, like I knew a guy that was doing, like he was a spy. I didn't know him well, but I mean, I had some interactions with him, and like I could just see him like covered in cords and everything. And he basically said that if he doesn't get drunk, he doesn't sleep at night. Like he has to drink himself to sleep. And I was like, you know, there's other ways to do that. And he goes, I don't want to hear it. You know, like he just, but it's because so many people like wanted to hurt him, you know, for a long period of time. And I'm not saying that's her issue, but you're doing things that are really super important or secret and people know it. And there's just an agitation and adversarial, like people being willful to them. And, you know, they do pay a price for that. And, you know, you see it sometimes in law enforcement. You know, one of the worst cases that I saw was a guy who was probation officer, and he had done it for like 45 years. And I mean, it took me a very long time to clean up his outer part of his energy body so that I could even address his physical issues, because so many people were just upset at him for 4 decades. And so like it took a lot. And so let me think this out for a second here. Okay. Hyssop, like hyssop, Solomon's hyssop, something of that nature. If she can inhale that, if she could take baths in it, if she could spray down, any version of that is going to help her. And part of what happens is that so much of that energy has like contaminated her energy body, that part of how the energy body tries to handle that is it tries to transmute it, right? Transmutation happens in that Ming Men area, which is the backside of the navel. And so what happens when there's a lot of it, it keeps like overactivating to get this stuff to move. But there's so much of it, and a lot of times it's like really thick and heavy and sticky, and you know, it's heavy energy, right? And so it stays overactivated, and it actually causes like balance disturbances. You know, it makes you like kind of clumsy, it makes you bump into things, it makes you fall real easy, it makes you like accident prone. And so the hyssop will clean that up. And if she's willing, I would do the hyssop, and then I would do something like the blue healer tonic that she can just rub on certain parts of the body, because the thing is like the blue healer, it's anti-inflammatory and it's calming to the emotions and it's all that. But if you look at it from the point of view of energy, our bodies generate and process different energies to produce colored pranas in the body to produce certain results, right? And so anytime that you have issues like with a Ming Men that's unregulated, or the body's having a hard time calming down, you could say in a way that the body is lacking blue prana, right? There's not enough blue prana to help regulate or inhibit certain functions in the body. And so, you know, here I've only put out the blue healer, but next month we're going to be doing, you know, different colors, different kinds of the same idea, but with different colored pranas. And it's not just like, oh, I'm putting on this to like calm everything down. You're stimulating the body's ability to generate that kind of prana. So then the body can be self-regulating on its own. Like, it's not that you have to keep putting it on over and over again. It's like you're refining the part of the energy body that produces different colors, and then you enhance the thing that happens. And so what happens is, like, when you put that on, if you look at them, you go, oh, there's a little bit of blue prana there. And then you wait like 15 minutes and you go back and look at them. It's like, man, it's grown by 300 or 400% because the body's now producing it. Like, you're stimulating the body's ability to produce it. And so it's different than just projecting the energy at the person. It's literally like you're trying to stimulate the process in the body to produce that kind of prana. And so if she'd be open, that would be the thing that I would have her do, the hiss up and clean up and everything, and then keep adding like that blue healer to her body or skin. It doesn't even have to be the whole body, but like the abdomen and maybe the back, maybe the hip, and call it good. And over a period of time, all that stuff would start to regulate. You could put like the blue healer blend on the Mingmen, but I like the idea of the body tonic just because it's going to regulate that whole mechanism in her body and make her body produce it to a higher degree. She could inhale it and it would do it in the same way, but the thing that would amplify that is practicing body awareness, and then there's certain patterns that you would need to do. So the easier thing to do is just slap on body tonic.
Cool.
Yeah,
That's so good to hear.
So,
Thank you.
so and if you want to help this, like, you know, you're doing Reiki and you're sending her energy. So instead of using a symbol, use your throat and just think of like green, just like think green and project in the same way. It will help her body. The green will make the energy like less sticky. Like, it's green prana is like anti-sticky energy. Like, so it basically just allows things to flow. So it allows the energy body to get rid of some of that older stuff, because if she was doing what she's doing, it wasn't just that people were adversarial with her. It's like heavy, sticky energy that was being projected. And it's like she is like covered in tar or something. Like, even if she can get it off, it just sticks to something else. Like, it's just, so you need to like make it more like fluid.
Okay. That's so cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm taking up more.
No, it's okay.
Let's talk about my cords that are on my solar, because I started eating sugar again, and this is a bad time of year for me. Yesterday was my birthday. Yay.
Hey, happy birthday.
Big 61. Yay. Ooh.
Hey.
And I noticed that it's just really increases, and around my birth, well, the holidays, Thanksgiving through the year.
Yeah.
But I was off of sugar for 18 months or so, and I lost 60 pounds, and I don't want to gain that back. Yeah, I don't want to gain it back, and I'm scared to death I'm going to.
So the cords are just like to the people around you offering it, or just you're feeling that the sugar is like just because of like being around people and anxiety and things like that, or?
It's there. So I get it. Yeah.
But the anxiety's there, or?
I'm there. I'm near sugar.
Oh, I get you.
So I eat it, which I have been very good not to do for so long. And I know there's some weird thing going on with that, because I don't know.
You know what I would probably do? I mean, you could use the cord blend and just see how that affects you. But you know what I would probably try is a little bit of frankincense taken internally. And the idea would be a couple of things.
Got it right here. Okay.
So frankincense, for one, makes you less reactive, both emotionally, but also like physically. Like, it's one of the things that frankincense makes you less reactive to things in the environment. And it could be air quality, it could be like stimuli. It's just whatever it is, it makes you a little bit less reactive to all of that. And then the other part is it helps to like refine the will. And so it would make it easier for you to go, I'm not going to do this. You know, it's not going to make you like aggressive, but it would make you like engage the will a little bit more. And so the issue, like a lot of times with the will, it's not that it's like lack of will, it's just sometimes misdirected will. And so it's a way to kind of bring the will back into alignment so that you're directing it in the ways that need to happen.
Yay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Happy
And you can take
holidays.
that multiple times a day, by the way. Like if you want to, like 2-3 drops, 2-3 times a day.
Yay.
Inhale it all you want, but definitely take some internal.
I love that. Inhale it all I want. You know, I'm just going to hook it on to the bottom of my nose. Oh, you and Sam and all of you guys just rock. And I want to wish you all a Merry
Thank you.
Christmas.
Yeah. Merry
And
Christmas to you too.
I bless you all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
A question, you were talking about the cypress. Would blue cypress work the same?
Well, it would need to be regular cypress. Yeah, blue cypress does has a bit more of an anti-inflammatory effect, and it starts to do some different things. And so still can have an impact on the mental body, but not quite the same way. A bit more calming and soothing to the mental body, but doesn't break things down quite the same.
I have a difficult client who can sometimes get angry and hostile with me. Would it be good for me to use hyssop after those sessions to clear the energy, or etheric cords?
What kind of work are they doing? Like a therapist, or like let us know, is it like a therapist? I guess it doesn't matter, to be honest with you. I would actually use hyssop before and after. Like if you use the hyssop before, it will just diminish the escalating nature of what happens when they're being that way. And then after the fact, because like when somebody does that and then they walk away and you still kind of feel it, it's not because they're still grinding on you sometimes, it's throwing your body in this agitated state and it won't calm down.
They're a coach or therapist.
Oh, so yeah, so therapist. Yeah. And so I would say use that because, it's one thing for you just to be interacting with people, but when you're a coach or a therapist, it's more directed at you, like things are projected at you to a much higher degree. And so use the hyssop, like hyssop and rue are your best friend right now. They should be in your office or in your pocket or, wherever that is. And yeah. Okay, so let's jump into a protocol. Let me go through and find something that's kind of interesting. I think there's one kind of at the end. Let me see if it's here. Yeah, so let's go through and do this. Like, I realize you guys might not have all these oils. We'll find you some substitutes if possible, but let's go to page 20 where it's, this is kind of a long form of viral prevention. We talk about using Monarda quite a bit, but this would be like a more advanced version of it where you go through and you're following a pattern and using other oils. And so right off the bat, I would say if you have Sweet Annie, it's been in a couple of kits, but it's in the Artemisia family. And so if you don't have Sweet Annie, you could use mugwort, you could use wormwood, even tarragon would work. Tarragon's in the Artemisia family. Davana, which I think was in a recent class, that actually could be helpful. Sweet Annie is the kind of the one that we really want to nail, but if you don't have that, then then let's look at some other things. And then also in a couple of the classes, there was the allostasis blend, which is all the different artemisias together. And so pull something like that out. If you don't have that, we'll find you something different, but let's see if you have that or some variation. So pull that out, and then we're going to do this pattern. So the idea with using Sweet Annie is it doesn't necessarily go after the virus, but it calms the virus down, the production of the virus. It just kind of calms and soothes the viral activity down. And so sometimes when you get really aggressive at treating, not so much with oils, but sometimes, other things where you're going at the virus kind of intensely, it can actually aggravate it. And so this came out of a byproduct of treating different conditions where pharmaceuticals were being used, and it would actually agitate viral activity and increase it. So over a period of time, we started using Sweet Annie. And I was even talking about this like about 3 years ago, before COVID was really a thing. And during COVID, researchers actually started looking at Sweet Annie as a potential treatment for COVID. And so I don't know that they ever came to a conclusion, but it was enough of anecdotal information that they decided to go through and look at it to use as treatment. And so with that, whichever one you have, open it up and begin inhaling. And before we even start doing the pattern itself, inhale the oil and just do the body awareness, where you're aware of your body, you're aware of different spots that might jump out at you, and just put your attention on one of those spots and begin inhaling the Sweet Annie as you do that. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. The awareness is on your body. And then just be still for a moment. Keep your eyes closed. Again, inhaling again, your awareness is on the brain. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. Then move your awareness to the lungs. And then the liver, which is on the right-hand side below your ribs. And then the kidneys. Any of the artemisias. Allostasis too. Carry on. Your awareness is on the kidneys. You're taking long, slow. Yeah. And then the spleen, left hand side below your ribs. And then your navel. An inch and a half below your navel. And the bottom of your tailbone. And then just be still, be aware, just let go. Let's do that one again. Your awareness is on your brain. Your lungs. Your liver. Your awareness is on your liver. The gallbladder. Nice. And the kidneys, your awareness is on the kidneys. And your spleen. Left hand side below your ribs, the spleen. The navel. The navel minor, which is an inch and a half below your navel. The bottom of the tailbone. Just be still, be aware. Just let go. Okay, let's go to the next one. So you're going to pull, if you have any of these, camphor, clove, lemongrass, or the blend panacea. You don't have those, like, let's even shoot for something like cinnamon or. How about even some of the eucalyptuses? Bay laurel would also work here. Everybody good? Or... Okay. So begin inhaling, your awareness is on the brain. The lungs. The liver, right hand side below the ribs. Next, the gallbladder. So if you go, my apologies, I usually talk this out. If you go to your center line below your ribs and then just go over a couple inches to the right, it's not exactly the gallbladder, but this area will impact the gallbladder. So you're off center, a few inches to the right, and then below your ribs. So your awareness is on that area, off about 2 inches from the center line, below your ribs to the right. And then the kidneys. Your awareness is on the kidneys. And then the spleen, the left-hand side below your ribs. The navel. An inch and a half below your navel. And then the bottom of the tailbone, the basic. Just be still, be aware. Again, same blend. Your awareness, or no, we've done it twice now, haven't we, or no? Once. Okay, we'll do it again. So same oil, same everything. Begin inhaling, your awareness is on the brain. The lungs. The liver, which is the right hand side below your ribs. And then the gallbladder, which again, go to the center line, move yourself over a couple inches to the right, and then below the ribs, just below the ribs. And the kidneys. and the spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. Navel. An inch and a half below your navel. And the bottom of the tailbone. Just be still. Next, we're going to pull out one of the Monarda, Melissa, Neoli, Tea Tree, Monarda Complex, Armor, something of that nature. If you don't have one of those, let us know and we'll come up with some substitutes. Ravensara could fall into this mix. Frankincense could actually fall in this mix. But let's see where everybody's at before we start coming up with too many substitutes. Okay, so whatever you have, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the brain. That's next. So yeah. Yeah, the immune support we're going to use in the next segment for the next application. So awareness is on your lungs. And then the liver, right hand side below your ribs. Gallbladder, which is on the right-hand side below the ribs, a couple inches off to the right. And then the kidneys. The spleen. Left-hand side below the ribs. The navel. An inch and a half above the navel, or not above, below the navel. You can see my dyslexia. Yeah, my dyslexia started to kick in. Yeah, inch and a half below the navel. And then the bottom of the tailbone. And then just be still, be aware for a moment. Same oil, begin again. Your awareness is on the brain. The lungs. The liver. The gallbladder, which is on the right-hand side, below the ribs, just a couple inches off the center line. Kidneys. the spleen. And then the navel. An inch and a half below your navel. The bottom of the tailbone. Just be still, be aware. And now let's jump to the last one. So any form of time or immune support. Any form of time or the immune support. Your awareness is on the back heart. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back heart. Front solar plexus. And the back solar plexus. I'm making that. Mhm. Just let go for a moment. And again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the back heart. The front solar plexus, which is below your ribs on your upper abdomen. The back solar plexus. And then just be still, be aware, just let go. Let go of everything. Now, just to increase the potency, this isn't written down for you, but it's still like what I'd like you to do before you inhale. Just keep your awareness on your body, your eyes are closed, and whatever part of your body jumps out at you, like some tension and achiness, a pain, or just your attention is drawn to a particular part of your body, hold your awareness there and keep your eyes closed and begin inhaling, just focusing on that part of the body. And just let go. We're going to do it one more time. So just be still. Just let it incubate. Again, your awareness is on your body. You're beginning to take inhalations. And then just let go. Notice how that made you feel. Most times, I mean, it can make you feel a little bit strong, but it's also very relaxing. And the thing is like when there's viral activity going on in the body, it can cause agitation in the body. And part of how your body's ability is able to address, infections and things, the more that it's not in an agitated state, the more effective it is in treating viruses. So a lot of times antivirals are kind of soothing at the same time. They're soothing, they're strengthening, they're relaxing. Yeah, they can be very kind of calming and soothing. And as much as like whenever I do like a lot of deep inhalations with thyme, you think of thyme being invigorating and strengthening and everything. And it is, but it's more big picture. But like when I inhale thyme, sometimes it knocks me out. Like it just, I end up emptying out the bottle on my shirt because, it's not that crazy, but I mean, it will knock me out. Like I'll need to go lay down for 10 or 15 minutes and just take a little quick nap or something because it made me super relaxed. And so, we always think of things the way we do with Western medicine, where we're going after and we're treating specific symptoms, but really here you're looking at body functions and body systems, and then symptoms at the same time. And later, we're even going to start integrating more energy anatomy in this. So this booklet, The Upgrade, is going to be a bunch of an energy anatomy integrated into this. And so, we still might have another version of this like little study group that takes it even deeper. And so, through the holidays, they're getting close. We are having our normal study groups, the Tuesday night thing, which we're going to still focus on immunity for a little bit. We'll do Q&A and then flip right into the immunity. And this next Wednesday is the Metatron study group, but then also we have the solstice meditation and blessing with Astara. So we're going to do a special Metatron process for those that have had that class, but I think there's a lot of you that have done it. And that Metatron class is the biggest class we ever had, by the way. And then after that, we're going to do a solstice class, meditation / blessing. And so it's just a way to prepare for the energy that comes in associated with the energy that comes in between Christmas and Easter. And so with that, we are also going to be doing a few kind of impromptu study groups through the next few weeks. They'll probably be on like Thursday or Friday nights. We haven't announced them yet because I'm doing things also internationally with some different groups and lecturing at different times. And so I'm not always clear on what they're going to want or need from me. And so, keep watching our newsletter and the emails, because we're going to send out a couple things where, we're going to visit maybe some conditions. For those that have done the things with brainwaves, we're going to do a little brainwave study group. We might still do another deeper thing on immunity, like pain, we'll look to see what people have been asking about and try to do that. I kind of was wanting to do a little bit of a deeper dive on the respiratory tract. And so we might do that just because it ties in with what we did today. And there's a lot of components that could still be addressed that we didn't talk about. And so we might do that as well. And so, and, you know, from all of us here, you know, Samantha and myself and our staff and everything, we love you guys. And we wish you a happy Merry Christmas and happy holidays and happy Hanukkah and, you know, whatever your tradition is. Even if it's none of those, just I hope you have a good kind of winter vacation time. And, you know, I know kind of in between Christmas and New Year's, it quiets down for a lot of people. We are going to stay active through all of that. So study groups and our normal study groups, and then probably at least one extra on one of the evenings. And it just depends on travel and my teaching in other countries. And so anything else? I think that covers it all. Yeah, just Merry Christmas. And I hope that last little protocol was like a nice little icing on the cake and made you feel good. And yeah. Everybody's okay? Anybody need anything, or anybody have any questions or yeah, we are. I do have to jump into another thing here pretty quick. So that's why we had to end a little bit earlier than normal, is I didn't want to skip today with you guys, but I also have a thing that I need to do in another location. So
Go ahead. Okay. But feel free also email us.
Yeah.
But if something's coming up, let me know. Especially, but hopefully you guys are good. Have a happy rest of your day.
yeah, Merry Christmas, you guys.